If you would, stand with me for the pledge, and then Councilmember Rupsis is on for our invocation. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
This past week was the 58th year of the Red Lodge Music Festival. Over 300 students, teachers, musicians, and volunteers gathered at the foot of the Beartooth Mountains to learn, grow, inspire, and perform. For our invocation tonight, I'd like to use some lessons from the festival to guide our work. First, let us dedicate ourselves to continuous learning and purposeful practice, because that is the path to excellence. Let us be open to new experiences and to constructive feedback, because growth is impossible without it. Let us recognize and appreciate all those working behind the scenes, because their efforts keep us healthy and safe. Let us create opportunities for people to shine in their own unique way, because a group of 50 bassoons can never be an orchestra. And finally, let us strive towards a common vision of success, because it doesn't matter if we're playing Beethoven or Basie. In order to make beautiful music, we have to be playing from the same score. Congratulations to the students, faculty, and volunteers of the Red Lodge Music Festival on another successful season, and thank you for inspiring us through your efforts.
All right, thank you. Council will move ahead with our roll call. Tony, would you call the roll?
Councilmember Shaw? Here. Kulik?
Here.
Neese?
Here.
Owen?
Here.
Joy?
Present.
Chariki?
I am here, thank you.
Tidswell? Here. Purinton? Here. Boyette? Here. Rupsis? Here. Mayor Cole?
Here. We don't have any minutes for us for approval tonight, so we'll move on to courtesies. I'll just begin with two items. One is a warning to the council members. I have an unusually large and heavy gavel tonight, so watch out. And then courtesies, and I'll ask Councilmember Boyette to comment. We had the privilege of taking a tour of the Montana Rescue Mission on Friday afternoon that I thought was very helpful, very beneficial. They do an awful lot for about 2,000 unique homeless individuals each year. So very much encourage all the council members to participate in their next tour, which I think they're trying to set up in July. I don't know the exact date, but anything else, Councilmember Boyette?
I just know that it's very hard to work there. It would be tough for me to work there as a full-time employee. So I have to applaud the people who do this. It takes more than a salary to work there. It takes enthusiasm, love, and want to helping people.
Okay, thank you very much. July 20th. Okay, do you know what day of the week that is? A Thursday. Okay. Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I just wanted to, first of all, give a kudos to Public Works. King Avenue East looks really great. A young woman was out there with a weed whacker, really whacking away for a long time. But the weeds are down along the pathway, bike and pedestrian pathway. It really looks good. So kudos to Public Works for doing that. And I think code enforcement has been out there too, because there's some properties that look better than they used to. So thank you. The second thing I'd like to say is on Saturday starting at 1 p.m., the Juneteenth celebration will be commencing at South Park. This is the second year that Juneteenth is a federal holiday. They will have live music, games for the kids, a lot of service tables, tables from Riverstone, people concerned with veterans, representing all kinds of different services that are available in our community, and a couple of food trucks. So please do attend. Thank you.
Thank you. Other courtesies this evening? All right. We don't have any proclamations. Chris, council reports from the council. Does anybody have any council reports for organizations that you serve on behalf of the council? Don't see any of those. So now, Chris, City Administrator report.
Mayor and Council, I've just got 3 items. First up, just a reminder that in observation of the 4th of July, we will not be having a council meeting on the 3rd of July. Instead, that meeting was essentially moved to the end of the month because there's 5 Mondays. There was one piece of ex parte communications that came into Mayor and Council after 3 this afternoon, and that was in support of regular agenda item number 4, the zone change, 1028. And last but not least, we do have some folks traveling here tonight for item number 3 with the Army National Guard. We assured them that we don't anticipate getting there before 7, but ideally immediately after the break, after we have our consent and budget, which is consistent with the conversation we had with the Budget and Finance Subcommittee, which is we would spend time working through to the break on the budget and prior items, and then could pivot to that land use. Nothing mandates that you do that, but I just want to let you know that is what we communicated with them as they're traveling in from out of the community for that hearing. And that's all that I have, Mayor and Council.
Okay, thank you very much, Chris. With that, then we'll move to public comment on items on our agenda where there is not a public hearing later. And tonight, that's anything under item 1, our consent agenda. And if you don't have a copy of the agenda and would like one, back on that cart there's a copy of the agenda. So this is an appropriate time for any comment on the consent agenda, item number 1, and all of those lettered sub-items. And then also 3B, the helicopter base annexation agreement. But if you want to wait, if you have comments on that and you want to wait until the public hearing on that later, please feel free to do that. And then item 5A, the ACE Electric contract for Annafeld streetlights. Similarly, there's going to be a public hearing on item 5, and if you want to wait until your comments on that, please do so. So anyway, does anybody have any comment on items 1, 3B, or 5A? Please come to the podium if you do. Just ask that you keep your comments to 3 minutes and tell us your name and address up front. Is there any public comment on the non-public hearing agenda items? No one is coming to the podium and no one is online, so we'll close the public comment period and move ahead with item 1, our consent agenda. Council, are there any items that require a separate vote for separations? Councilmember Peering, Councilmember Owen.
I'd like to separate K, the resolution for increasing Montview cemetery fees.
Councilmember Owen.
Mayor, I don't have a separation. I just think that the agenda, item D, is printed incorrectly.
Item D as in
D as in dog for the audit,
Eide Bailey for auditing services.
because the staff recommendation is not for Eide Bailey.
Oh, good catch. Yeah, thank you very much. We appreciate your catching that. That's only on the agenda. The staff report was accurate. So as long as we're following
Just correcting the agenda.
And thank you for that correction. To the extent we can change that in the agenda going forward, maybe staff and our clerk can attend to that. So good call. Councilmember Ripsis.
Thank you, Mayor. I need to separate 1R3 so that I can abstain.
1R3. Thank you. Any other separations? Okay, then, council, are there any motions or discussion questions relating to the non-separated items? Councilmember Purinton.
I move to approve the items of the consent agenda as submitted with the exception of items D, K, and R3.
And Councilmember Purinton, I believe that D was just being corrected on the agenda without separation.
We don't need to, okay.
So that would be K and
K and
R3. 1R3, yep. Okay, that's the motion. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Tidswell. And discussion. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Boyette.
Thank you, Mayor. I was just wondering about one C, Baker Tilly, USA. Apparently, we only received one bid. Maybe Andy, can you discuss, is that a good thing or a bad thing when we only get one bid? Is that something we should say, well, maybe we should back up and repunt? Or just give me your 2 cents.
Yeah, Mayor and Council, on this one, we had initially put out the RFP and we received 3 responses that basically said, hey, we need more time to respond. So we extended the deadline to respond, and then Baker Tilly's the only one who actually ended up responding even after we extended the deadline. So there was what appeared to be some interest initially, but ultimately just they were the only ones who responded. In this case, I think this is kind of unique work. The cost of services study is not, I can't find a lot of examples of a variety of companies providing this. Certainly some do. So I didn't expect we'd get much to begin with, but whether or not this is a good thing, it's probably not a great thing for pricing, but they don't know they're the only ones responding when they send in pricing. So they are competitive because of that.
And just one follow-up. Do you know when the last time is we did a cost of service study? Did we do one 10 years ago, 20 years ago?
I don't know that we've ever done one outside of our rate studies for utilities.
Thank you.
Chris, would you mind commenting on that? You and I had a conversation about that this morning. We're seeing, or my sense is, more and more single presentations or offers. And in an energetic economy where people aren't hungry, that may become more common. But you want to describe a little bit of our conversation and what can be done to clarify when this happens?
Yes, so Mayor and Council, so generally speaking, no, we prefer to have multiple competitors for any and all work. You are well aware, and you've seen it a number of times, the staff recommending against awarding a contract, even if there are multiple bidders, if it just really seems out of whack price-wise. Sometimes that is the same when there's only one bidder, and then you'll also see us at times with one bidder recommend that we move forward when essentially we've done the analysis and found that the pricing or the project is a fair price. A reminder on professional services, we do have the latitude of negotiating scope of work and cost. So it's not terribly uncommon to, in fact, statutorily, we pick professional services based on qualifications, not on price, and then we negotiate with them over the scope of work, hourly rate, and price. So I think that's what we have in this case. And you'll see, you have seen, I think, in several memos, and we'll continue to refine this into the future with multiple departments, which is an explanation to you why and when we're recommending reject the bids. Here's why, or yes, we actually think we should move forward, even though ideally we'd love to have 2 or 3, we just have 1. Here's our explanation of the 1. As Andy said, in this case, it is pretty specialized work. We did have a meeting, including some of your peers, council members, assisted with us doing a Zoom meeting with this entity to make sure we get that scope of work right. I think that, frankly, is the most important thing, so that the outcome and the information we get is helpful going forward.
So in future staff reports, you can expect a little more explanation for why staff thinks it's a fair deal. Okay, any other discussion on the non-separated items? Councilmember Neese and Councilmember Joy? Oh, no, Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. Item 1, 2A is we're approving the $4 million, a little over $4 million with to work on the WRF nutrition recovery improvements. Can we hear from Public Works on, you know, once this is all up and running, what type of revenue this may generate, if any, through the fertilizing and the composting that they're planning on doing?
So when we first put our compost facility online, we won't be generating revenue because we don't plan on selling our product to the public. We're going to use it at parks and public works, medians and boulevards, that kind of thing. Try to reduce our costs a little bit. So there won't be a revenue generation per se, more of a savings. And I don't have numbers yet on exactly what this will generate, but it'll be significant.
Okay. Mayor, would you mind letting us know what that is? And it doesn't have to be tonight, but
Sure.
sometime. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else? I'll just comment on two donations that the city received, item 1F and item 1G. First, Faithy Church's donation of the cost of trees in Centennial Park and also the labor to plant those trees. Much appreciated, and there's still lots of land there that needs more trees. So I think we'll hopefully see additional ones in the future. So thank you to Faithy Church at the corner of 32nd and Central. And then donation to the police department from the Breakfast Exchange Club, BET Casino and Tiny's Tavern, always much appreciated. So thank you, donors. Anything else before we proceed to a vote? Okay, the motion is for approval of the non-separated items. If in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
If opposed, say nay. Motion passes unanimously. First separated item is item 1K, resolution increasing Mountain View Cemetery fees. Councilmember Purington, that was your separation. Would you like to start us off?
Thank you, Mayor. I had just one email exchange with Mike. And Mike, you might want to address some of these questions. And so we run such a high deficit in the cemetery. Yet over the past 3 years, we did not include any increased fees due to, that deficit. And I really don't know why we didn't raise them, especially during that time. But in comparing those, I didn't look at the cities that were included. The only one I did see was Missoula doesn't charge for infant burials, which I thought that was nice. Infant is usually considered 0 to 12 months. But when I looked at, I guess especially the one, Yellowstone, what's it called? Memorial. And then also there was, I think it was Sunset, that just kind of has straight fees on a lot of those. They don't have the differentiation fees. So I was really concerned that we haven't kind of come up to, I guess, what the market rate is in Billings for that. And yet we're still running such a deficit. And even with, the increase that you projected, we're only adding 30,000, which still leaves us at well over $200,000 for a deficit in running the cemetery. How do we make that up? Where do those funds come from? Are there ways that we can make adjustments with what we're doing out at the cemetery so we have less, whether it's maintenance or whatever it is that we're doing, I don't know. So I just wanted to get a better understanding of this, because I think that we need to increase some of the fees, maybe drop the infant burial, and try to do a little bit better job of making that cemetery work.
Mayor and Council, Councilman Purington, so the increase, what was kind of historic had been going on was about every 3 years they would come back for another fee increase. And so we were just kind of going on that. And when they approached me this year, I said, yeah, I think we should go for a fee increase. Getting us to narrow that gap, I mean, it's such a wide gap, I don't know if we could narrow it in, even a couple of big chunks, because we would become the cemetery no one goes to narrow that $200,000 gap. We are constantly looking at what other cemeteries are charging. We are a nonprofit cemetery, so trying to stay in that sort of realm. As far as the infant graves go, we only have about 10 left, and most of those come back to us. We bring them back as somebody will disinter an infant and bury it in another location. Then we get those graves back. There's really only about 10 of those left, and then we'll start selling infant graves at the normal price. If council has the appetite to not charge for infant graves, we're all in favor of that if that's the way they want to go. It does increase that gap again even further then, though.
Mr. Mayor, can I continue?
Go ahead.
So I guess I'm not getting a complete picture of why there's such a differentiation in what we do with the others. Even if we are a nonprofit, I don't know that we're considered a nonprofit within the city, but we can still charge for what our expenses are. And we're so far off the mark with that, and even increasing more. And I think we have to look at historically, if we've only done that every 3 years, then it still doesn't make sense that we're not even increasing it more often rather than every 3 years.
So Mayor, Councilmember Purington, what I have seen over my career is that this very much is a policy call by the elected body. Do you want it to be full cost recovery? Do you want it to be underwritten by the general taxpayer as a cemetery, as a service to the community? And there are different philosophies about that. I can't speak to what Billings has traditionally done. I don't recall the 3 years ago. I don't recall a conversation in my time here since late 2018 where the council's ever said, we want to transition from where we are to being, even, so to speak. That's certainly doable. That's not a difficult thing to do. There's not a lot of places where revenue comes in. What its effect would be and how much you're driven by what the other cemeteries charge or not is really, we can move that whichever way the council prefers. It isn't, we're not trying to make the case necessarily that we should be, $200,000 is the sweet spot of being under what it cost us. Some view that space and use it for other uses in addition to cemetery, very much as open space, park space for people to use. Others I've had really want us to get to zero. So I hear you communicating we should be at zero. I have not heard that over the past several years from anyone else. We can adjust it if the council wants to move that way for future adjustments, whether it's short-term or long-term.
And having not discussed this with any of the other council members, I guess I would make a motion that we delay voting on this so that we can get some figures as to what our true expenses are. Where can we make some adjustments in our expenses? And then also how we can increase some of these fees that better reflect more of a positive balance sheet at the end.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, was that just an item of discussion? I didn't hear a motion.
I went ahead and made a motion, yeah.
And so the motion was to delay.
Delay this one, pull it until we can get more information as far as what the expenses, what the revenues are. I don't even know how many more we have left, how much land is left there, what's the projection. So anyway, that's my thought on that one.
Okay. So we need a second to have discussion on that. Second by Councilmember Gulick. Okay. Either you want to speak to the motion or I'm going to give it to Councilmember Shaw.
Oh, I think I already have.
Okay. Councilmember Shaw.
Thank you. I guess I would consider this a friendly amendment or a question. Is the intention here, are we going to kick this back to the Budget and Finance Committee? Because if so, I think, yes, that's the place to have that discussion. Okay, the chair is nodding, so I feel like I'll support it if that's the path.
That'd be fine with me. Yeah.
To then come back with a recommendation. Okay, thanks.
Okay, so that's the nature of the motion. It's to delay this until a later date, but on the condition to go to the Budget Committee for further study and recommendation. Mike, I should just ask you, how critical is the timing of getting these in place at a higher level to the budget? How much time do we have to deal with this?
That percentage increase was factored into our income or our revenue for this year, so it would, could change that number. But I mean, we can bring it back, do that study and get you the information in a timely manner.
Okay, so if it's delayed, you might have to increase a little bit to make up for the month or two delay. So, but not a lot. Councilmember Rowan.
Just to advise council members, we do have a budget committee this weekend. I think with the clerk's permission, we can post an amended agenda and add that to the agenda item.
Yeah, they may need time to give you more, but at least you get this process started.
If expediency is the issue, we do have our budget, our standing budget hearing
Information.
Wednesday.
Yeah.
Okay. Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I don't think I'm going to support the motion. Councilmember Boyette has lived his whole life here in Billings, and Mount View Cemetery looks better than it's ever looked. I mean, I used to walk through Mount View, and you could see to the bottom 8 feet down where graves had collapsed. My great-granduncle and my great-grandfather are buried there. There used to be a lot of headstones that were in the Chinese section that have been, through vandalism, broken off, and the city put a fence, and the city has been a great caretaker for that space. And I would like to say that if you stand on the playground at Central Heights, you can see the eagles that fly, because the eagles love those big trees, and they're beautiful big trees. I also know a lot of people who walk their dogs through that cemetery, and they really use that space, even though you could say there's only a cemetery, it's only a cemetery. I don't think that there's been a discussion on council that we wanted to fill that gap. If it goes before the committee will more likely than not bring back a recommendation for closing that gap without a lot of a discussion. So this is my discussion for filling the gap. No, and I won't support the motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion? Councilmember Deans.
Thank you, Mayor. I will support the motion. I think the Budget Committee can do a good job of coming back with a plan. But just to give my point of view on this, I do think there should be an option to maybe close the gap. I would like to maybe even support this type of rate if we knew what the plan was going to be. I know we've talked to parking about this too. They're trying to close the gap in the parking, and they haven't made it, but they've made attempts at it. And so I think the idea of just trying to get a plan, and if we don't make it this year or next year or 2 years from now, we at least have a plan to try and close the gap some. And whether it's zero or not, I think that's a good option for discussion, especially in something like this. But yeah, I'll support the motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think we're about ready to vote. Just two quick comments. One is, personally, parks don't pay for themselves. These are parks. I'm okay with some level of subsidy, but if we are below quote market, there's no reason for us not to increase those. And I support taking a good, careful look at it. It's not going to happen very often. When we have an opportunity to do this, we ought to dig into it. And then lastly, on the specific issue of infant burials, I think it's important to look at the entire cost of the services offered. Some of the cemeteries, as I read the chart, like Sunset Memorial, do not have any sort of infant burial initial cost for the grave, and same with Yellowstone Valley Memorial, but then they charge double what we charge when it comes to the setup fees. And so ours may actually be cheaper than the ones that have supposedly no charge for infant burial. So you got to have to look at, those are the sorts of things the Budget Committee can dig into in greater detail. So, okay, are we prepared to vote on this? Okay, the motion again is just a delay to send it to the Budget Committee for further recommendation. If in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Voting in opposition, Council Members Joy and Chiriki. I believe all other council members voted in favor, therefore motion passes. Next item 1R3, Councilmember?
Yeah, I have a related question to that.
Okay. Just on that issue.
Can you, I understand that there's been conversation about green burial in the city cemeteries. Is that true? And if so, are we looking at a different fee for that, or would it just be the standard burial fee?
So Brandon Schmidt, our cemetery supervisor, has been doing most of that work. So if you don't mind, I'd like to bring him up and let him answer your question.
Say it again? I didn't.
Brandon Schmidt, our cemetery supervisor, has been doing most of that research. So I'd like to allow him to answer that question.
Yeah.
Brandon.
Mayor, Council, so for green burials, yes, they would be cheaper for the individual overall. The grave would be the same grave cost. Setup would be the same setup cost, and we would charge a fee for not putting them in a vault because the vault, as you explained, when you don't have a vault, you get collapses, and then you have to come back and give that grave extra attention. So there'll be an upfront fee for dealing with that grave 10, 15 years down the road. But overall, the cost of a burial would be cheaper. There's no casket involved. There's no vault involved. Caskets can cost thousands. A vault's $1,000. So overall, yes, we are moving toward with plans to do green burials in Mount View. And yes, it would be cheaper for an individual to have a green burial.
So just to be clear, from a fee point of view for this city, we're not changing fees. We just would not be charging them the same fees that the current standard.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Sir.
Okay, thank you. Next item up is item 1R3. Councilmember Shaw.
Thank you. I move to approve item 1R3.
Second, Councilmember Gulick. Any discussion? Okay, if in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay. Motion passes unanimously with the exception of Councilmember Ripsis. I watched his lips. They did not move. He did not vote. That concludes then item 1, brings us to our regular agenda. Tony, would you read item number 2?
Item number 2, public hearing and resolution adopting and approving the FY24 budget. Staff recommends approval.
Finance Director Zeller.
Good evening. This was much more expeditious than I thought we'd get here, so I'm not as prepared as I was going to be, but so I've got a very brief presentation. Want to provide most of the opportunity or time tonight for you guys to discuss and make motions and debate the budget. So what is in your agenda and attached, the resolution, is the original budget that we presented back in May, the very first meeting in May, $370,872,000. That's what we're asking you to approve and then make amendments upon that base budget. I did find out today, there's one thing, this is, I think, new to Steve and Chris and everybody, there's one thing I would like you to amend the budget resolutions to add this language. This was a bill that was passed and signed this legislative session, effective immediately, and it was signed on May 19th. So generally what it wants each resolution to have is an impact of the property tax increase on homes valued at 100, 300, and 600,000. So I have written up language that we could add to the resolution to describe that increase, which doesn't exist. And the reason is because this budget is based upon a capped mill rate that actually decreases. So the impact on a home valued at $100,000 goes down because the value doesn't change in this assumption. Hope that makes sense. So the language I had written there at the end, pursuant to section 764030C, the fiscal year 2024 budget is based upon the assumption 207.91 mills will be levied for property tax revenue. This is a decrease of 3.09 mills from the prior fiscal year. As such, there will be no increase in property taxes levied on homes valued at 100, $200,000, $300,000, or $600,000 when compared to the prior year. I will clarify here, the mill number 207.91 makes the assumption that you amend the budget to include all those items we discussed last week. But if you don't include all those amendments, I will change that number to whatever the mills become. All right, after that, so here are the 9 amendments we discussed at length last week, and then there are the 2 committee recommended amendments as well. Generally, there seemed to be support for these. I don't want to speak for you all, but I did kind of take notes last week, and that's generally what my notes were. We provided some additional information this past Tuesday, some clarification again today. Certainly, if you have any questions, we're happy to answer and expand on any of that. We won't go through all of those again tonight. I just have them up there if you want to pull up and reference. So for tonight, the recommended process is we have public comment. Someone makes a motion to adopt the resolution, and then you start making motions for amendments to the budget, however you see fit. And then on or around 7:30, if you feel like you're done, we can vote on the budget and be done. Or if you feel like you want to continue this to the June 26th meeting, you can make a motion to continue the hearing at that meeting, in which case we'll come back and finish it in 2 weeks. This is very small. It's just the exhibit that was attached to your budget resolution, the 370,872,000. Again, consistent with the budget presented in May. So any amendments that you make would be starting from this base point. I have this slide here. This shows the impact of the 11 amendments. So if we work through them and you adopted all of them, the amended budget would be $379,869,000, that far right. It's a lot of information, very small, but I just wanted you to know I have it if we need to reference for maybe expansion on budgetary impacts. And then finally, the impact to the median home. Again, if all of those amendments were included, it is a $97 increase to the median home over the prior fiscal year. And that is because the median home value increased. That is not because mills are increasing. With that, Mayor, I have nothing more to add, but I can pull up old presentations or answer questions. And then just remind you, this is a public hearing as well.
And Andy, if you can, on your last slide, the $97 median or impact on median value home, remind us again how the utility credit as a result of the Hauser settlement would impact that.
So this makes the assumption that we would levy an additional $2.6 million to cover the majority of the Hauser settlement. That's why there's a $97 increase, largely, not exclusively. In addition to that, if you receive the rebate for all three utility services, that's water, wastewater, and solid waste, your rebate will be up to $69. So that will be one time, but that'll be on your utility bill, not on your tax bill.
So the net difference would be $28 roughly.
Yeah.
Okay. Councilmember Ripsis, you had a question, Councilmember Burton, then Councilmember Rowan?
Yeah, I don't think that, sorry, I thought we discussed that last week. If it's $2.6 million, that's 10 mills, which would be about $37 on our taxes, not the whole 69 off of that 96.
Correct. I think the mayor is netting the 69 with the total 97, though.
But we don't expect this to go down. If we kept the exact same mills next year, we wouldn't expect it to go down by $69. It will only go down 37.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Rowan?
Thank you, Mayor. Andy, you and I had this conversation offline right before the meeting, and I'm going to ask Chris to confirm what we think is true. In the amendment that proposes funding for elections, there is an increase anticipating potentially a primary. But I think what we've neglected to include in here is the potential cost of a Charter Review Commission election. Is that correct?
Yes, I think that is correct.
So I think primary or not, we have to leave that extra amount in there, unless we suddenly believe that we would get a charter review on in November.
What I don't recall is when the charter review question is on. Is
I
it
thought
on
it was spring, because then we have to elect the commission in November, correct, Gina?
That's correct. The primary would be in June, or the question on whether there's a study commission would be in June, and then the members would be elected in November. You're right.
Therefore, Councilman Rowan, I believe you are correct. That is that there will be a additional election either way. Could be two additional elections, a primary this year and then the study review election spring of 2024.
Correct. I think that's correct. So I think no matter what happens, if we finish the budget tonight or not, I think this extra 120,000 has to stay in. And then if there does end up being a primary, then I think we address that. I don't think we're even close, Gina, to a primary at this point, but either way, I think that amount has to stay. So I just wanted to clarify that.
And we'll probably address each amendment in order, so we'll want to come back to that.
Just wanted to ask a
dig
question.
into it. So excellent. Okay, are you done with your presentation, Ann?
I'm done with my formal presentation, but I don't expect that'll be the end of me tonight.
Yeah, okay. Well, council, if you've got factual questions, let's hit Andy with them now. We'll open it for public comment, and then we'll come back and we'll deal with the amendments one at a time like we did during the work session. Are there any kind of straightforward factual questions for Andy before we open it up for public comment? Okay, thank you, Andy. Don't go away. So for anybody who's in the audience, this is time for public hearing on item number 2, the proposed fiscal year 24 budget. Not just on the proposed amendments, but the entire budget, and in particular, I suppose, the proposed 11 amendments. If you're interested, please come to the podium and tell us your name and address, and ask that your comments be limited to 3 minutes. Is there any public comment on item number 2? There's no one online. There's no one coming to the podium, so we'll close the public comment period on item number 2. Council, we have some practice at this from last week. Because these are separate items, and I think council or the staff would like to have clear direction on each one, I would recommend that we just do what we did last time, except move it a little more quickly, hopefully, and just go down through the 11 amendments. Does anybody want to comment about process before we do that by jumping into item number 1? Councilmember Bashaw.
Just a query, is somebody going to make a motion? Okay, I'm looking at Jennifer. She's going to make a motion to adopt the budget, to open it up. We got to open the budget, right, to adopt it. Okay,
The initial one. The other thing is we don't want to forget the Senate bill language, and maybe we'll deal with that first off once we have a general motion for the bulk of the amendment, or the bulk of the budget. So, all right, let's start there. Councilmember Neese and Councilmember Rowan.
Mayor, I think it's, again, addressing what the process is. I think that we're talking about adopting what the staff recommended as budget, but, and then there's these 11 additional amendments that have been come forward. But there may be additional amendments that need to be discussed and sought after, not just these 11. So I would hope
Good
that
point.
we don't.
And by no means do I want to foreclose that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Rowan?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to go ahead and make a motion here, but I think actually, Mayor, we should maybe leave that Senate language till towards the end, because I think Andy indicated it's going to be dependent on which amendments we actually adopt. So I'm going to make the motion just as stated here, having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve a resolution adopting and approving the FY24 budget as recommended by staff, and open that budget for amendment.
Second by Councilmember Treaky. Okay, and we don't want to, we're now open for amendments. I mean, we'll delay on the ultimate question until either later in this meeting, or if we need to, delay to the next meeting. Councilmember Braun?
And just speaking to what Councilmember Neese has said, it's my understanding that there are no written amendments that have been put in any council members' folders, so people may have them here, but if you haven't had a chance to look, I don't think there's actually anything to look at that's in writing. I certainly haven't offered any. I think we have plenty to work on tonight.
Okay, very good. Then we're open for discussion on the amendments. Let's just begin with item number 1. Council, I'll do my best to maybe remind us of some of the discussion, only with the goal of moving our discussion along from last week, not to foreclose your further comment if you would want to. But we don't have to plow the same ground twice if we can avoid it. So first item up, the fire station deferred maintenance, additional $155,000 to be added. There was comment generally that we have some from last year that has to be paid. John is here for answering questions, or I'll ask him if he's got any additional comments beyond what we talked about last week. John?
Mayor and Council, I'm just here to answer questions on deferred maintenance if there are any.
Okay. Are there questions for John or further discussion on item 1 or motion? Councilmember Owen.
Mayor, I would move the adoption of amendment number 1.
Okay, second by Councilmember Purington. Discussion on the motion. If not, we'll proceed to a vote. Motion is for approval. Item amendment, proposed amendment number 1. If in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. If opposed, say nay. Motion passes unanimously. Item number 2, general fund resource for planning. This is the one to include additional $200,000 for the growth policy on steroids coming out of the legislature, and also an extra $100,000 will be focused on the Skyway Drive and interchange areas. Is there a motion, questions, discussion? Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I move we approve general fund resources for planning.
Is there a second? Councilmember Boyette. Discussion. Seeing none. If in favor of the motion for approval, proposed amendment number 2, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay. Motion passes unanimously. Item number 3, franchise fee settlement expenses. This is the one where $1 million would be taken from reserves, $2.6 million from the, what we anticipate will be increased property tax collections once we get the Department of Revenue numbers in August for a total of $3.6 million. Is there a motion, discussion? Councilmember Owen.
Mayor, I move the adoption of amendment number 3.
Is there a second? Councilmember Ripsis. Discussion. Okay, we have motion for approval item proposed amendment number 3. If in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. If opposed, say nay. Passes unanimously. Item number 4, additional personnel for facilities. This is the $85,000 in the facilities, additional $85,000 in the facilities for a person that'd be dedicated to the roughly 10 or 11 fire department, firehouses and other facilities with those funds to come out of the fire department. At some point, John is here to answer questions or add if he would like to.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor and Council. So to clear up any ambiguity of the conversations that we had, I came prepared with a formal business case, so ask Chris to pass those out. And then additionally, any questions that I can answer for you, I'd be happy to.
Oh, they're one short.
We can share.
Mayor and I can share.
Yeah, we'll share. Okay. Okay, John, what did you just hand out?
Mayor and Council, so I handed out my formal business case justifying our request for a maintenance support 2 position that's solely dedicated for fire department projects at the fire stations, 911 call center, and then also the training center at the airport. So I have it broken down by large buckets here: my executive summary, my reasons for hiring, the requirements of the position, estimated expenditures, evaluation of alternate options, and then the return on investment.
And can you summarize the conclusion? Thank you for doing this. We certainly had some questions a week ago, and it looks like you attempted to address a lot of those. So,
yeah, thank you, Mayor and Council. So the high-level synopsis is that if we continue to operate the way that we are, it's going to fundamentally cost us more money, and it's going to be inefficient. Basically, the way we operate now is, as administrators, we're dispatchers. So we're dispatching vendors to fire stations to provide maintenance and repair services. Additionally, there's added costs on the administrative side for us to draft the contracts, draft the quote forms, and do all the contract administration. So if we have someone dedicated solely to handling the repairs and maintenance in-house, that frees up time on the administrative side for the facility specialist role and myself to provide better services on these higher level projects, but then additionally increase our mobilization time and then have better results over the final products.
okay, thank you very much. Council, you probably haven't had time to read every word and absorb this, but if you've got questions, further comments. Councilmember Boyette.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, a year or two ago, we talked about insurance for the fire stations. Would this person be capable of negotiating insurance issues as well?
No, Councilmember Boyette, that would stick with the administrative side of the division. So that would be primarily me.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, Councilmember Choi?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I move we approve additional personnel for facilities.
Okay, motion is for approval of proposed amendment number 4. Councilmember Gulick indicates a second. Discussion. Councilmember Purington?
So thank you, John. I'm kind of concerned if this is actually a full-time job, for one thing. How that would be split up among the different fire stations, because I know that now they're, if some of the firemen are doing some of these jobs, so they're going to have to quit doing those. And this person is going to take over. And just looking at the wide range of tasks that this person would have and knowledge, it's going to have to be a superhero handyman. So I'm just concerned, one, about the qualifications. You know, I know we say, well, we got these fire stations, you know, they could hit every one of those fire stations every day. I mean, I don't know that I'm ready for a full-time job in this respect.
Yeah, Mayor, Councilmember Purington, there's a lot of work that we're saying no to now that we should be saying yes to. And this position could provide a lot of those services at the fire stations. Additionally, once we jump that S-curve and we actually become proactive or predictive in our maintenance approach, if we determine that the fire stations no longer need the same level of support, then we can reallocate this position. We have more than enough work with City Hall, Animal Shelter, and BOC. And then we would just charge the fire department appropriately for the services they do receive. And with our objective of centralizing facility management, we're going to be taking on more space. So at some point, we are going to need those resources to handle those skilled repair and maintenance tasks. Also, I'm confident that we can find this superhero out there. I've done it before in the past. So I feel confident that with the right amount of time, we can find that individual.
So I have a question for Kevin, because I know this is kind of your area. So with all of these maintenance things, deferred maintenance that, you know, we're suspecting this person's going to come up with, who's going to pay for that? Is it facilities or is it the fire station? Will it come out of the fire station budget?
Well, I think with your, like, even item number 1, you expanded that deferred maintenance budget, but that's coming out of the fire department budget. Yeah, normally, you know, if it's like the BOC, it's allocated by percentage, I believe, or something. But yeah, at the fire stations, the repairs are coming out of the fire department budget to make those type of repairs.
Great, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Neese?
Thank you, Mayor. John, thank you for the report. I would like to see a little bit more about as far as what the fire department's spending now, and that, so we can kind of see what the cost offsets and benefit is. But just to clarify, this person you're hiring is not going there. He's not going there to cut the grass. He's not going to do the daily type things. I mean, if there's light bulbs out in the hall closet, the fire people are still going to change the light bulb. It's like if the fixture isn't working, that's when they're going to need to call and do that. Do I understand that correctly, or is this guy really doing everything?
Yes, you're understanding that correctly, Councilmember Neese. This is more skilled maintenance and repair.
Right.
You could put landscaping under that bucket, but this is mechanical, electrical, plumbing, as opposed to maintaining grounds and, you know, a nursery.
Right, so we'll still see the firefighters out there mowing their lawns and stuff like that. Okay.
Certainly.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. You know, when Councilmember Purington asked Kevin, I thought maybe she wanted to know if he wanted a new job. But we don't want to lose you, Kevin, in case you were thinking about that. Don't do it. Don't do it. Councilmember Gulick.
Not a question, I guess. I think we should do this. We need to take care of our assets. We're not doing it right now. So it's not a situation where, I mean, I thought there might be a situation where, you know, we can free up some fire department FTEs that are doing it right now, not very well, but it seems like we're just not taking care of our facilities sufficiently. And so terms of long-term, and even as the case may even be made here, even the short-term, because right now, we go to vendors for a lot of stuff. It takes a long time to put bids together and all that stuff, and so what resources we do have is more administrative. I think this is a really good idea. I think we should move forward with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Purinton, and I'll ask Councilor if we're ready to proceed to a vote. Councilor Purinton?
Right, and that just brought up another question. So right now, those things that are being done, do your facilities people do them, or do you call in a plumber, an electrician?
Yeah, Mayor and Council, so right now, what we do on the administrative side is we dispatch vendors. We don't have anybody dedicated to repair and maintenance, and it's typically fire staff and personnel that come across the issue, and they'll inform battalion chief, who then informs assistant fire chief and facilities, and they say, what's your recommendation? So we don't have an individual on staff that has those skills that we can say, go fix this issue. And what we're seeing on average is 4 to 5 days for vendor mobilization. So when it's critical equipment, we're seeing that mean time between failure increase, but then also the downtime of the equipment is pretty substantial too.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, very good. Councilor Rowan?
So I think I've said my piece about not liking to increase FTEs, but I think you're making a strong case here, and I applaud you for fighting for what you believe in, even if I might not agree with you on it. That said, I would like to, at some point later in this year, understand what your ongoing plan is, because I know we're making this transition to centralize some more assets. This, I think, is the second year we've seen FTE increase in facilities and buildings, and I'd like to get a sense of how much more we're going to keep doing over the next coming 2 to 3 fiscal years. So at some point later this year, we're probably going to have a budget committee hearing, and we're going to talk about what the ongoing plan is, okay?
Yeah, certainly, thank you. And we can work on, Kevin and I can work on that 2 to 5 year strategic plan and what that looks like.
That would be wonderful.
Thank you.
Okay, council, we'll proceed to a vote. If nobody objects strenuously. So item number 4, the motion is for approval of that item. If in favor of proposed amendment number 4, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay. Nay. Motion passes. Voting in opposition, Councilmember Purinton. And that brings us then to item number 5, increased funding for elections. The proposal is $120,000. The original concept was the possibility of a primary election. We've heard discussion earlier about the also possible need for charter review. This also includes the possibility of redirecting these funds for parks funding vote as well. So, Councilmember Owen?
Mayor, I'd move the adoption of amendment number 5. And then I'd like to speak to my motion, please.
Is there a second? Councilmember Boyette. Okay. Councilmember Owen, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. So, Chris, I just want to confirm here, I think we're sort of realizing we have to add in this charter review situation, but I also think just like if there's going to be a Parks ballot initiative, we have an educational obligation, we would have a similar educational obligation on the charter review. So can we split these dollars and do it both?
So in the number that we did put here, this 125, it was in anticipation of needing to do some education on the, if there's a bond. Mm-hmm. So similarly, yes, we would need to do the same, we should do, make the same investment on the value of study review. So I'm sorry, your question is?
Is this amount sufficient?
I think this amount's sufficient for one of the elections. I think if we, and that was, I think it was either 20 or 25, I remember, we did a combo. The original proposed budget, I think had 125 in it. And then this amendment, sorry, Andy, this amendment is for.
Yeah, and I misspoke. I said 120, and it's actually 125 is the recommendation in the staff report.
So, I believe based on what we spent on educational campaigns for the public safety levies, I think we're probably really close or probably at the right number relative to the education on possibly both. If we have to do two additional elections, we'll need to come back and request a budget amendment in spring for the study review if there's a primary this year. So I think there's enough there for, if we do not have
A primary.
primary.
I'm with you. I'm just trying to figure out the educational component of charter review. It sounds like we need to add 20,000.
I guess maybe, I'm sorry, thank you, Councilmember Owen. I would say 20,000 on education, based on what we spent in the past, 20,000 per election on education is a good number for the education campaign. So if there are two, I'd say $40,000. If there's,
Do you want to address that tonight, or do you want to address that next spring? Because I would be inclined to just take it out of the mayor and council contingency, quite frankly, because I think that's fine, but I don't know that we want to have that debate tonight.
I think it really candidly is a policy call up to you guys. If you want, the more we gain knowledge as to where the council wants dollars spent at the adoption of this budget, the better. So I'd prefer not to punt until amending the budget knowingly in the future. If tonight you know what you want to do, I'd say include it tonight.
Okay, so I'm not going to change my amendment just yet, but I would toss out the possibility of lowering the mayor and council contingency or some other source of funds to ensure that we can educate the public properly on charter review.
Okay, we'll have to come back to that. We'll have probably some additional general discussion. Councilmember Trichy, Councilmember Ripsis?
Just to be clear, there will not be a special primary for the charter because in 2024 in June, that will be a full national primary. So it will happen and all of those things will be on there and the charter will be one of the items that's on there.
So it'll be less. So Councilmember Trichy, Mayor and Council, so we would anticipate under that scenario that we would have a cost, but that cost would be less than if it's a special election by itself.
And Chris, when you say less, is that substantially less or
It is substantially less because when it's standalone, I mean, the full election costs are ours. When it is accompanied with a federal, then we pay a proportional amount, and it is substantially less. I want to say less than half of what it is if we're squarely on our own.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know how you measure proportionality to the feds. We're really small compared to the federal government, so I would hope.
Probably not the proportion of our budget, although that'd be kind of nice.
That
It was
would be fun.
proportion to
That'd be
their
great,
budget.
But I don't think it works that way.
It's the number of items.
Okay, all right. Councilmember Ripsis?
That was actually my concern, so thanks.
Okay, okay. So we have a motion for approval of item number 5 at the current $125,000 number. So further discussion or amendments? Councilmember Gulick, do you?
You have a second, I'm sorry.
And yes, we do. Councilmember Boyette. Councilmember Browen, are you?
Mayor, I would just suggest we leave the amount as is. I mean, I think if we don't bear the full burden of the cost, then we'll have some extra for that educational campaign. So I would suggest we leave the amount as it is and urge my colleagues to adopt it.
Okay. Are we ready for a vote on item number 5? Okay, again, the motion is for approval, item number 5. If in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay. Thank you very much. Passes unanimously. Item number 6, amendment number 6, court analysis. Councilmember Owen, this is $210,000 from general fund reserves for the municipal court efforts and study. Councilmember Owen.
I move the adoption of amendment number 6.
Councilmember Owen with the motion. Councilmember Shaw with the second. Any discussion? Councilmember Boyette.
Thank you, Mayor. Chris, is there any update that you can give us on this? Because there's been a lot of discussion.
Yep, we did have a Zoom meeting with, in this case, we had 2 RFPs. We did select one out of qualifications, though it acknowledged both are quite good. We had some communication last week in anticipation that this week we would receive out of that Zoom call a revised scope of work and a revised, potentially see what the effects of the cost will be on it. We do not expect the cost to go up, hopefully go down. So this number is I think, fair as a not to exceed number. And so when we get that this week, Gina and I just covered it a few hours ago. Realistically, it would have to be totally packaged up and ready noon Thursday to be in this year. If we can pull that off, we will, but I think it's most likely July 10th is when you'll award the contract. Therefore, amending this budget is squarely where I think it should be, where we have a reasonable amount of time to make sure that's a good contract.
Councilor Boyette?
Thank you. And Chris, and then we had a discussion that the commissioners would like to maybe follow with us as far as the court analysis, and they had asked perhaps that we could give them a heads up of what we were doing so they could review it, see if they'd like to do the same thing. And you were going to follow up with them?
Correct. So I did have, I wouldn't say an exchange, I did ask that the original scope of work be shared with them from our finance department who's working on contracts. When we get this new scope, refined scope, that we'll share it with the commissioners so they can see it as well. We haven't seen it yet. We are expecting it by midweek, and gladly we'll share it with them so they can look at it and see if there's an opportunity for them to join and expand it with any of their, any work to be done on their side of the criminal justice system.
Councilor Purington.
Thank you. So I want to ask Jennifer this because I know you've worked with it quite a bit. So the commissioners are saying that they are willing to look at the court analysis, the district court analysis, and also justice court. Is that correct? I mean, maybe I should ask you.
Here's what I know. We have put out an RFP to do a full analysis of municipal court, which includes our prosecution, to some extent our police, and Judge Kolar has specifically suggested that we look at the impact of misdemeanors on the jail. So that is our nexus to the jail. We have needs that are specific to city council. What happens at Stillwater? Security over there, technology over there. So we have a scope of work that fits the city's needs. However, it presents an opportune time for all of the stakeholders at the full county level to come on board with an additional scope of work and say, let's look at how the entire system functions together. What I have heard, what the commissioners told us in writing is that they wanted to look at the entire system. So this is an opportunity to do that. I have had conversations with the judges who have interest in doing it. They are sovereign elected officials and would have to decide themselves. It wouldn't be the commission deciding that the courts would be on board, I guess is where I want to clarify. But there is interest among the judges in participating in this. Likewise, Sheriff Linder and County Attorney Twido are sovereign elected officials. They would need to determine if they wanted to participate. And what I've heard is favorable interest. So I think there is momentum towards coming together and doing a full systems analysis. But I don't want us to lose sight of the fact that the city has unique needs that need to happen as well. So I perceive this to be an additional scope of work, not just sort of a, well, let's just see what they say if we ask them to look at this system, if that makes sense.
Well, it does, and just to follow up, Mr. Mayor. So I think what we're looking at with this number 6 is the estimated 210,000, which I suppose that number is still correct, if not lower.
I think it's been correctly characterized as a cap. I expect it to go down.
Okay, so regardless of what the commissioners do.
We should do this.
Then we do just this, and we keep working on,
That's
the
correct.
county side.
Yes.
But, okay, that's it. Thank you.
And I'll just comment on that, because I agree with Councilor Rowan's characterization of the, and Councilor Purington's characterization of what we got back from the Board of County Commissioners, that they did not want to move forward with a jail capacity analysis at this time, but they supported a much broader look at challenges and delays in the criminal justice system. They did not say in that letter that they actually would spend any money to pursue that. But I think we need to interpret their letter as an offer to spend that money. And I think we want to encourage that. And one way to encourage that is for us to come forward with our offer to help with that, just as we did before. The concern I have, and this goes back to the sheet that I handed out here, is this $210,000 is not that money. This is focused purely on misdemeanor jail or the municipal court operations. My concern is that if we do approve all of these 11 amendments, that the more expensive ones become multi-year obligations, that we're spending about $300,000 more than we can expect to see long-term, and that there is no money to partner with the county on that important effort. There may be roughly $300,000 short to even continue with those obligations. So that's an overall comment, but because it's relevant to the past discussion, I just wanted to put that out there now. Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. I think that this is just going to be one piece of many. You know, we always talk about we want to improve the safety of buildings, but there's no silver bullet. This is just one piece of it. And if we don't do this, I think we're going to be missing what we need to do in what the city has control over. What the county does and doesn't participate in, we can encourage them and we can help them. But I think in the end, it's the commissioners who decide if they're going to keep the residents of Billings and the county safe by what they do. In addition, I think that you got to realize that if we don't have the funds to help them like we had initially offered, we also, the city of Billings is 70% of the county. We do fund them already and up in their budget. So we are giving, as residents, giving them a lot of the funds, and hopefully they can allocate those funds necessary to do a study themselves. So I think this is, what we're doing here is we are, as Councilmember Owen put, we have carved out what we can do, what we can handle, and that's what we can address. And I think this is a good step forward to do that. I know it's a lot of money, and it does use up a lot of some of these funds, but I think this is very important for us to get this moving forward as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Again, the discussion is item number 6, court analysis. Councilmember Tricky.
I would just, put out a reminder that there is interest at the state legislature about doing some sort of an analysis at the state level that would bubble all the way down, which ultimately is what really needs to happen.
Thank you. Any further discussion on item number 6? Okay, we'll proceed to a vote. The motion is for approval. Item number 6, $210,000 municipal court analysis. In favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay. Okay, motion passes unanimously. Item number, or proposed amendment number 7 is the SEPTED analysis implementation. Well, actually, analysis and implementation, up to a cap of $120,000 to be funded out of public safety mill levy, prevention, public or mental health, substance abuse dollars. Is there discussion, motion, questions? Councilmember Neese, and then Councilmember Shaw.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to hear from staff because I thought during the work session we talked about this coming to us as an amendment from a different funding source.
Councilmember Neese, I remember some general discussion about that, but was there a specific expectation or proposal for a source other than public safety mill levy dollars?
Well, the idea was that it was not mental health and substance abuse.
So I guess the alternatives would be marijuana dollars or general fund reserves. Andy, you want to comment on that one? And yeah, I remember I remember Councilman Neese raised this issue before, and we had some discussion. I forget what came out of it exactly, but.
Yeah, I don't have a question written down from that. I do have a comment that there seemed to be some lack of support for using these funds, but I didn't have a question written down that there was something that you wanted from staff. So I apologize if I missed that, but certainly I think your options would be general fund, and then depending on the facility we're looking at, I've largely envisioned it would be parks, but that isn't necessarily the only place. So it would be appropriate to use funds that are used to maintain that facility, whatever it is. But I think in most cases you're talking about parks, so it's probably general fund.
Okay. Councilmember Shaw recognized, and Councilmember Owen.
I'd like to make a motion to approve this number 7, subted analysis and implementation, and then if there's a second, I'd like to speak to it.
Okay, is there a second, Councilmember Ripsis? Okay, and Councilmember Shaw?
Thank you. I think I can make a direct link to mental health with this funding. That if we're talking about lighting up parks, making our public spaces safer, we're talking about influencing people's public health or mental health in terms of their ability to get out and engage in all of these spaces in ways that maybe that they can't right now because these parks are dark at 4 p.m. in the winter and people don't feel as safe to go out there. So I think there's a very direct link here to crime prevention, safety, mental health, and I think this is a good use of funding.
Thank you very much. Other discussion, Councilmember Boyette? Oh, I'm sorry, I had recognized Councilmember Owen.
That's right,
Councilmember
I
Owen
just had a
and
question
Councilmember
for
Boyette.
Andy.
And
then maybe a follow-up for Chris. Sure. So Andy, you and I had talked offline, and I don't know if you had a chance to check into this, but earlier this year, we did some CDBG dollars for SEPTED implementation. I know that these projects would have to be in a qualifying area, low to moderate income, but conceivably, could some CDBG dollars be used here, or were those just the special ARV or ARPA, whatever funds they were?
I prepped Wyeth for this, so I'm
Good,
going to
good, thank you.
Yes, good evening, Council, Councilmember Owen and Mayor and Council. Yes, we're actually in the process of communicating with HUD. We have to, I don't want to get way off track with you tonight, but I have to explain this. We're working through a plan with them. We didn't meet our expenditure deadlines for a variety of reasons. First time that has ever happened to us. But we are talking to HUD about the option of using some funds for further evaluations. I don't want to, they haven't responded to us, but we are working on that. So I would say the answer is yes, there's the potential that we could do something like that if we can work through that approval
So just
process.
conceptually, Wyeth, looking at the list of what analyses were done through the SEPTED training, potentially North Park would qualify?
Councilmember Rowan and Mayor and Council, yeah, North Park
Library?
qualifies. Yeah, I'd have to look at that one. I know we looked at North Park, South Park. We have a map that shows all the parks at least that are within the income boundaries that we need. And obviously some of the other city facilities could fall into that. There's some things regarding city facilities that we may not be able to do the same as with a park.
Well, and that is my follow-up question, and then Mayor, I'll be done. We got this list here, Chris, from the chamber as to what was done during the training. But it would surprise me if we were going to do SEPTED on this building or the Miller building. Those don't seem like, so is that within the 120,000? That doesn't seem like a good use of funds.
Yeah, I would say the list was, I don't know exactly where it was created, whether it was the teacher who worked with somebody to create the list. So by no means is a list of things that the class did the direction of what we would do. Noon tomorrow, we're actually pulling all the people who did the training together, and we're going to let our data drive where's crime and where's the connection to make these investments to do crime prevention work.
Councilmember Joy, Councilmember Tricky, Councilmember Boyette.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Councilmember Shaw said that she really felt like there was a direct line that she could draw between SEPTED implementation and drug use. There's absolutely a line. It's called a needle, a syringe. And we have had numerous comments, and we know very succinctly from our own staff that cleans up North Park that syringes are found there, and they are a source, or it is a place where people are using intravenous drugs. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Tricky and Councilmember
Boyette. I've said it before, and I will reiterate that this, to me, is not really root cause problem solving for crime or violence. SEPTED is based on one principle: increasing the number of eyeballs into an area, a park, around a building, etc., through physical design changes, adding a light, knocking down walls, et cetera, et cetera. It does not increase the number of eyeballs that show up on the streets around there. Over time, it might, if the perception of an area is that it's safer and safer, but that is a long game. It is not a short, immediate fix to anything. So I cannot, and the other thing that I want to say is I don't believe the majority of our crime or the need for subted principles are really in this, other than parks, are really around city properties. If you ask me, we should be spending the money, if we want to do subted principles as a policy in the city, we should be putting lighting on the streets of neighborhoods like Central Terry, which is being seriously hit by an increase in crime, and they don't have lights on those streets, so you can't see what's going on there. So one, I won't vote for it as long as it's part of the prevention fund. My recommendation is that we shut this down, but tell staff to make subted a part of their ongoing efforts in any type of thing that they do with buildings. And it's just something that they look at, and when they redesign something or do something, they make sure that those things are implemented in them. I don't see how I simply just do not see how there is an immediate or quick impact of this on crime. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Boyette.
Thank you, Mayor. I think for SEPTED to work, we need to set an example. I talked with a long-term resident today who grew up in the South Side. He said he met a policeman at the South Side Park the other day, and the policeman said, "Come and enjoy it, but don't be here after dark." And that he was embarrassed. This is a good place to start. Let's have the city give us an example before we bring it out to zoning and force people to do something until we prove that it does work. And I think the parks is a perfect place to start this.
Okay, Councilor Ripsis?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to say, in conjunction with Councilmember Tariki's comments there, that's why I suggested last week that the rights of way should be in. It shouldn't just all be about parks or whatever. It should be, the city should include the rights of way as part of this analysis. If we see crime in an area that could be reduced through lighting or whatever in the rights of way, we should consider it. So, thank you. I hope that's part of the process here.
Okay, Councilor Turrington, back to Councilor Bernice.
Thank you. Danny, don't faint, but I pretty much agree with you. It does, every once in a while, I'm just saying. But, and as I mentioned last week, whenever we talked about this, is that without having really implemented these principles, and so we're just, to me, it's a shotgun approach of what we're doing here. We're just saying, okay, we're just going to use $120,000 until we run out. And we're going to address maybe North Park, and maybe we'll do some of these others. And that's the only issue that I have, is that we're just we're adding more money into the budget. Yes, it does come out of the mental health. I'm not sure that that's where it's going to go, maybe more from the marijuana. You know, we need to decide which of these funds and how these funds are going to be used in these various buckets that we have available to us. So I will not support this at this point, but are there some things that we need to do? Sure, I'm sure there are, but I think right now we're taking a shotgun approach.
Thank you very much. Any other hands? Oh, Councilor Bernice.
Thank you, Mayor. I really do want to support this because I believe that the SEPTED principles will help reduce crime in the long run. And so my concern over this particular amendment is it's not well defined. I believe, and I guess I have to ask for clarification, Andy, on this. I think what we saw in our work session was the $120,000 was going to be just in the administrative budget, and then the city administrator would have the approval on that. But I think there was some discussion that maybe they would come back to us. What is the process for this $120,000 on these projects? Is it just going to be up to the city administrator is it going to the city administrator budget? Is it going to the facilities budget? Where is this going to? What part of the budget is it amending?
So these funds, everything related to crime prevention, mental health, substance abuse, they are all part of the public safety fund because they're generated partially from the public safety mill levy. We do hold them separate in an accounting fund, but for your budget, for the financial report, they're part of the public safety fund. with respect to the process on how information will be brought back to you, decisions we made, I guess I'll leave that to Chris and you guys to figure that out.
So Mayor and Council and Councilmember Nice, I'm happy to bring back to you. So assuming this amendment passes, I would be happy to work with our staff and bring back to you at a reasonable level the specifics of where the crew that did the training recommends the first $120,000 be spent based on their analysis. So the commitment I'm making is if you put this in the budget, though you're given the appropriation authority, I won't use that authority without coming back to you and saying, here's why they are recommending these improvements at North Park, these tweaks at this space, this right-of-way, and they're suggesting that these are 3 great samples to invest in. They're consistent with the philosophy, and let's see how they perform. I'm happy to make that commitment that we won't actually expend it until we present to you specifically where we would invest it.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry, if I could add one more, I do think, as I mentioned, I'm meeting with them tomorrow. There'll be more, Crime Prevention Sergeant West was excited about the training, wished he'd been able to do the training much sooner relative to the money that was put in the budget a year ago. So I'm looking forward, frankly, to going tomorrow and saying, this is what the council did last night. We've got some resources here to make a dent. So we're looking for this team to put forward a plan. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Owen and Council, let's move to a vote soon.
I wonder what the amendment sponsor would think about eliminating the identification of the fund, and let that be part of the plan that the city administrator comes back to us with, whether it's the crime prevention funds, whether it's CDBG, whether it's existing park maintenance or other facilities maintenance. If we could go agnostic on the source of funds and let that be part of the plan that's submitted.
I'm happy to accept that as a friendly amendment, that if funding can be found elsewhere, I don't know where it could be found, but if it can be found elsewhere, I'm open to that. I just wanted to make the case that I think it does fit here.
So maybe our budget director can comment on, and our city administrator, maybe your pocket, it is.
Mayor and Council.
Loves budget ambiguity.
Yeah.
He's thrilled about this.
Technically, I'm not sure. Well, I have one solution for how that may work that I'm coming up with on the spot, is that when I think about authorizing budget authority with no direct funding source, you're not authorizing budget authority. You're saying, go forward and do this and bring back a plan, funding source to be identified, which I think would result in a budget amendment at that point in time. Otherwise, I don't know how we put it in the budget without giving any dollars or authority to it. Does that help?
I guess another alternative is you leave it as is, but having heard this discussion, if CBDG money came in, if others, you could come back to seek a budget amendment at that point for
That's what I was going to say.
different
That's what I'm
source.
hearing, is that maybe we leave it as it is, but you've heard these comments, and if funding comes in from some other source, great.
So Mayor and Council, my suggestion is exactly what Andy's. You need to know where the source of money is. So if the amendment passes, I hear you still saying, though, there are other places to get the funds that are a better fit. When we present the plan as to where we're going to spend the money, we can also bring forward, this is why this other fund is a better revenue source for us, whether that requires a budget amendment or not. But by failing to pass something like this, you're saying you got to go figure out where the money comes from, and you leave gray, is this really a priority to start implementing in this way or not? And I would really appreciate the enthusiasm we had a year ago to get going in the training. Now we got the training, let's get going on some projects. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Nice?
Mayor, I think it matters when we're saying it's coming out of the 2 mills for the mental health and substance abuse. However, those do fall generally under the public safety funds. And so I would like to make an amendment that be changed from public mental health, substance abuse, to just public safety funds. And if it happens to come out of the mental health part of it, because there isn't any more in whether it's the marijuana money or if that's the public safety or CBG or other funds, then then again, they'll have to bring that back to us. But as long as it's under the public safety funds, that's all of that is within the public safety area. And it broadens their ability to use the sources.
Okay, that's the motion. Is there a second? Councilmember Boyette. And could I ask our finance director if he has any comments on that?
I just want to be clear that I understand what the motion was, is that the motion is to approve 120,000 from the public safety fund, very large umbrella, not necessarily specifically the 2 mills or marijuana or the other funding sources for public safety.
That's correct.
Okay, I understand it well enough. I think I don't have any comments.
Okay, and just to clarify from the movants, and second, that the intent of the motion is not to prohibit use of those funds from the special couple mills set aside for crime prevention, public health, mental health, substance abuse. It doesn't prohibit that.
Does not prohibit that.
I have a procedural question. This is technically an amendment. Is it can you do a substitute amendment? Is that a thing? Or do we need to vote on the first amendment?
This would be, my understanding, this is an amendment to the proposed amendment for approval. So if this passes, it just changes that language of the recommendation to be the more generic public safety fund.
Got it. Thanks.
Okay, let's proceed to a vote. If the motion, the proposed amendment is clear, we'll proceed to a vote on that. Okay, so is the motion clear? Everybody need further explanation? Okay, if not, all in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, nay.
Nay.
Motion passes. Voting in opposition, council members Shaw, Joy, and Shrieky, I believe. Okay. So now the amended motion is for approval with that change that only references the public safety fund. Any further discussion on the motion? Okay, then all in favor of the amended motion on item number 7, SEPTED analysis and implementation, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. If opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Voting in opposition, council members Joy and Shrieky. Did I miss anyone? So motion passes 9-2. That concludes item number 7, or proposed amendment number 7. Brings us to number 8, domestic violence funds. Council, and just for any member of the public who might be watching, this would allocate or set aside an additional $200,000 for future funding of domestic violence purposes, but specifically an analysis of the feasibility of a family justice center to be completed in fiscal year 24. Councilmember Owen.
Mayor, I move the adoption of amendment number 8.
Okay, and Councilmember Neese on the second. Councilmember Owen, did you want to speak to your motion or anything else?
Just only very briefly. Obviously, this is something that I think is important. I think this amendment, with a staff amendment, has been well crafted in that it gives council the flexibility. We know we will enter into this process of doing some technical assistance on a family justice center. Maybe that fits, maybe it doesn't. Either way, we've sent a clear signal that we intend to do better on domestic violence issues, and we're giving ourselves some funding to do that. I don't agree that this amendment tonight commits us to multiple years of funding. So we will get a report and we'll decide what we want to do. There are many intervening decisions as to what will happen in subsequent fiscal years. I think for the purposes of this year, saying we're quite serious about doing better on domestic violence is a critical priority, and I would urge support for this amendment.
Thank you very much. And Councilmember Owen, just to, and for council, I'm looking at the staff recommendation is, and it is specifically for an analysis of the feasibility, and that's it. And so I would agree with Councilmember Owen that that's not a long-term commitment of any type, and And I wouldn't have marked, if I'd read that more carefully, I wouldn't have marked that item in yellow on my little sheet, which was intended to call your attention to long-term commitments. But it does create certain political expectations potentially. But just, this is just an analysis of the feasibility. That's your understanding, Councilmember Owen?
No, Mayor.
It's not.
The
Okay.
analysis of the feasibility has already been funded. This is what we discussed last week.
Now that you say that.
Now, I'm
so-
correcting you against my interest here.
Yes, yes,
but
yes, yes.
nonetheless.
But since that's the written report that we potentially are approving here, we need to clarify that. So
The analysis has been funded. The decision of the city administrator was to take the $75,000 that was adopted for prevention purposes in the FY23 budget and use that for the technical assistance contract. Tonight's amendment would then make a budgetary commitment to devote at least $200,000 to improving domestic violence services. Whether council decides to invest that in an FGC or some other form of improvement in domestic violence services is up to council, which is why I don't think it's an ongoing commitment. But it at least sends an indication that we are prioritizing domestic violence, which I think is vital.
Okay, so just to clarify, the staff report is inaccurate in that regard, and it's a much broader domestic violence mitigation goal. Correct?
I don't think the staff report is inaccurate. It says an analysis of the feasibility will be completed, but I think it says clearly this is setting aside for future funding of the recommendation.
Yeah, okay, I'm sorry. You're right. Okay, very good. Thank you for that discussion, and we have a motion and a second. Further discussion on the motion. Councilmember Boyette.
Can we just verify that this is a one-time 200,000 rather than a year to year to year to year?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Further discussion? Before we proceed to a vote. Okay, we'll vote on item number 8. If in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay. Motion passes unanimously. Item number 9, Nurse Family Partnership. This would be $198,966 coming from the Public Safety Mill Levy, Mental Health / Substance Abuse / Crime Prevention Funds, and also marijuana. Questions, discussion, motions. Councilmember, Councilmember Shaw, Councilmember Owen.
I just had a question about the recurring nature of this. The last time it came up, we talked about a 5-year commitment. Is that part of this discussion, or? I mean, I'm looking, if a council member can answer that, that would be great.
Answer, Councilmember Owen.
Sure. This amendment, as staff has proposed it, is a single-year commitment. I think the discussion last week is that this will probably take a few years to get going, but I think that I am of the belief, and I will continue to advocate for so long as I am on council, that this is a catalyst to a future discussion about sustainability of this program in our community, whether that's through Medicaid or some type of pilot project. I think we have multiple strategies. This, to me, catalyzes a critical domestic violence prevention strategy for our highest risk families, and so I think it is potentially a 3 to maybe 5-year commitment. This amendment tonight commits a single year of funding. And then, Mayor, with that recognition, I would just, for procedure purposes, move the adoption of amendment number 9.
A second.
Okay, heard Councilmember Joy. Councilmember Tricky.
And I will just make clear that this is to go out and make a contract in order to make this happen. So the additional funding and possibly even this funding will still need to be approved by council when we get to that point.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Boyette.
And I guess I'll just repeat, last year, John Felton came and said he didn't want $100,000 because it was only for 25 people. He wanted it for 5 years in a row for 25 people. That's a worthy goal, but I'd rather spend $200,000 if I can share it with more people with mental health and substance abuse than 25 people. This might be 50 people at $200,000. I just think that's a very narrow focus. Is it a great thing? Yes. But could we use $200,000 in a better way to affect more people's lives? That was my biggest issue. I don't have any problem spending the money, but I want to maximize the bang for the buck.
Thank you. Further, Councilmember Tricky, did you have something? No?
It's respond to that?
Sure, Councilor Tricky, and there was a hand down here, Councilor Bernice.
Yeah, that is a really good question, and it's a really good point. The thing about prevention at early age and in the family is that this prevents people from being substance abusers, criminals, et cetera. This creates an environment where we as a city and a community are supporting families so that this cycle does not continue. And the reality is that the number of families that they would want to target isn't a heck of a lot larger than this to begin with. I don't remember the number he said, but I think that they were thinking something like around $500,000 in order to be able to address all the families that fit the specific category that they're looking for here. And this has been proven over and over and over again to be very, very, very effective.
Thank you, Councilor Bernice.
Thank you, Mayor. I think, again, when we look at the whole idea of what we're doing for the community to provide public safety, this is just going to be one piece of it, and it is a longer-term game. We're not going to see the results immediately, but I think we're going to see them down the road. And if we can do 200,000 now and maybe increase it later on, I'm all for that, because I think that you're going to find that down the road you're going to have less people getting into the trouble and the crime because of this program. And so looking at, at what we're doing here with SEPTED and the court analysis and the domestic violence, again, it's not a silver bullet, but together we're putting something that is, I think, going to help significantly in our community.
Thank you, Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Based on the Yellowstone County needs assessment of our youth and substance abuse, children 10 years old are using alcohol. The first age that children are trying alcohol is 10. So this is not, this could impact our community in a very positive way at the age of 10. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion before we proceed to a vote on item number 9? Councilmember Purington.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this is a question on Chris, Jennifer, because you've been working with it. If Riverstone does not get those Medicaid dollars, will they continue to fund this on their own? Because I know that's what they're waiting on, for the Medicaid dollars to expand the program.
I don't know that I could speak for their budgetary decisions. I think a lot of those are determined by the county. So I couldn't answer that. I do know that they're looking at strategies to expand home visiting, period, and how that will manifest in future budget. I couldn't say if they will lean harder on nurse-family partnership or parents as teachers or alternative programs. I think all of those things are up in the air, and I don't know if you've heard anything additional.
Councilmember Allen, the only thing I would add is, as Councilmember Tricky said, a contract, an interlocal agreement at some point would need to come back to this body, and at that time provide more details as to what we would anticipate as the long-term strategy relative to this short strategy for implementation.
Great. So I agree with Councilmember Boyette. It is very narrow. However, because it is coming from these funds that we've been trying to allocate, the marijuana funds, the mental health funds, I think that that's a good place for those to be. And then I guess we'll just have to see where the program goes. And to make this kind of clear, I mean, my understanding of it, it's almost more for parents than it is for the kids, because it only goes up to, was it 2 years of age? And so they're teaching parents how to be parents, and heaven only knows we need to help with that. So I think in that respect, I will vote for it, but I think it is narrow in scope, but you got to start someplace, and I think this might be a good place to start.
Councilor Gillick.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a question. And Mayor, thanks for handing this out just in terms of, and highlighting things that might be ongoing costs. I'm supportive of this. Just in terms of your analysis, I had a question for staff in terms of the crisis response units. We have 233,000 and some change in the budget for this year. going forward, I mean, I understand there's some startup costs with that. Do we anticipate that a full 233,000 would be required on going forward in future years?
Yeah, Mayor, Councilmember Gillick. I think the majority of it certainly will. Most of it's for 2 staff members, as well as some costs for uniforms, training, and I believe to get the vehicles set up, although some of that's happening already. So you may see some small decreases, but generally I would assume that it's going to be pretty consistent.
Okay, thank you. Anything else before we vote on item number 9? Don't see anything, so the motion is for approval of proposed budget amendment number 9, no amendments to the recommendation. If in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay. Motion passes. Councilmember Boyette voting in the opposition. And bring us to item number 10. This is the elimination of Park District 1 special assessment and trying to replace it with general fund dollars all in the first year. Councilmember Owen or Councilmember Denise? Councilmember Owen?
Mayor, I would move the adoption of amendment number 10 as recommended by the Budget and Finance Committee.
Second.
Councilmember Owen on the motion, Councilmember Denise on the second. Discussion or questions? Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. As I said I'll be very brief, during our work session, I don't support this. Excuse me, we have the option of continuing to levy Parks District 1 for one more year. I think this really makes issues of our reserve and our cash flow more difficult than they need to be, more risky than they need to be. So I won't support it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If I can just ask Andy to comment a little bit, because we are very dependent on this budget upon the increase in property taxable value. And your staff report says in order for these to balance, we'd need to see 24% across both residential and commercial and other non-residential classes. We don't know what those numbers are. We won't see those until August. If they come in less than that number, and this assumes the full approval of the full 74 mills by this council as well, don't forget that. Can you just remind us what our options would be to come back to this issue, for example, at a later date if the numbers didn't come in at that level that we were hoping?
You bet, Mayor. So you're correct. This budget, assuming all of these were included, would require probably about a 24% increase in total taxable value. Yellowstone County, the Department of Revenue, who sets those rates, Yellowstone County, their preliminary rates are that Yellowstone County will go up 29%. Originally, we built the budget assuming that values are going to go up 19%. So I think it's very reasonable that you could see values at 24%. If we don't see those by August, you would have a couple of options to address the budget. One would be to fund PD1 through the Park District 1 assessment. One would be to reduce the amount that you're relying on taxes for the settlement and borrow funds, thus spreading that payment out over a few years. And then potentially, if there are additional reserves in the general fund from 23, you could address the settlement with more reserves and less fiscal 24 tax revenue. And then finally, you could make reductions in the budget to match that as well. So I think those would be your options going forward. Again, we won't know those until August. We won't be asking you to set mills until after that. So we'll have a very clear picture on what your ability to generate tax revenue is. And then at that same meeting, if we aren't able to generate sufficient revenue, we'll have suggestions for you to amend the budget accordingly.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Councilor Rowan?
I just had a follow-up while you're up there, Andy. So the amendment that we adopted tonight on the franchise fee takes $1 million, right, out of the fiscal year '23 amounts going into reserve.
Correct.
And right now you project the amounts going into reserve to be around 3 million, right?
Correct.
So there's 2 million that if the numbers came in off, council could simply allocate those reserves.
Yes, but some of these other amendments use some of that
Impact
2
that as
million
well.
as well.
I understand.
Yep.
But to be clear, you sort of listed using reserves kind of as a last resort. We actually have adequate funds to cover these with reserves, just less go into reserves.
That is also an option, yes.
Okay, and we know that makes you nervous, and that's why you're a good finance director, but I don't want council to walk away with the idea that borrowing is the only option. We have 3 million projected to go into reserves above the minimum level. We have used $1 million and change of it tonight.
Yeah, and certainly we will have a much clearer picture on what that number actually is in August when these mills are known as well, or this value is known as well.
Okay, thank you. Further discussion, we have before you a motion for approval of proposed amendment number 10. Any further discussion before we proceed to a vote? Okay, if you're ready for a vote, again, the motion is for approval, proposed amendment number 10. If in favor, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Motion passes. Voting in opposition are council members Joy and Chiriki. Did I miss anyone? No. So that brings us then to item number 11. This is the $500,000 to address jail capacity specifically for misdemeanor offenses. Councilmember Owen.
Mayor, I move the adoption of amendment number 11 as recommended by the Budget and Finance Committee.
Second.
Councilmember Tidswell. Anybody want to speak to either your motion or other comments? Okay, Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I won't be supporting this motion. I think that 500,000 is probably maybe a placeholder, but I think that there's a tremendous amount of investment that would need to be made in order to make this into a reality. As identified by Judge Kohler, as Councilmember Owens had mentioned, Judge Kohler has identified this as a place that we can make an impact, and I absolutely agree that we need to make an impact. Anyone who fails to appear needs to know there's consequences, and those consequences need to be real to that individual. However, I don't believe that the idea has had enough time to really be clear. Just a Google search of temporary holding facilities. I don't know exactly what company the council or eventually would be looked at, but I think there are a lot of technical issues that would come into play with this. 500,000 wouldn't even probably would be a very minimal that in terms of what we need to put forward for personnel to make that work. I understand that this is a beginning point, not an ending point, but I don't think that we're to the spot where this idea has been developed enough that I'm willing to put 500,000 into it. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion on the motion. Councilmember Chiriki and Councilmember Ripsis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I understand that this makes a lot of sense, but I also would like to point out that we just approved spending $210,000 on a review, $210,000 on a review of our justice system. And this presumably would be one of the things that would fall under that. My question at this point is we don't know if this is the lowest hanging fruit or the best solution or the thing that we should be focusing on at this point. Also, I would say that just given the reality of the situation we're at, I find it hard to believe that we would come anywhere near spending $500,000 even if we did go forward with this plan. I suspect we'll have to do a study just to figure out the feasibility of it and what it would look like and how it would impact on the processes and stuff like that, which would probably end up being a separate study from the one that we've already paid for, said that we would pay for. And then we would have to come up with like have like an architect or engineers come up with some basic ideas of how that would look in terms of the space and how it would get deployed into that area. And that's a lot of stuff to happen within one fiscal year. So I could see maybe we might spend $250,000 on this, but at the same time, I'm not sure this is the right priority where we should be spending this money on. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Ripsis. You had your hand up.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I want to commend again Councilmember Owen for bringing this forward. It is a need in our community to have a misdemeanor holding, some type of misdemeanor holding arrangement instead of just handing them a notice to appear. However, I'd like to amend this amendment to give staff a little more direction to do analysis first of both working through with the sheriff on what this would look like, but then also looking at private agencies in the community to see if there's a way that they could fill this need. It might be a combination of holding and GPS monitoring that might be applicable for certain people. I think Chief said, I'm sorry, I'm getting to speaking to the motion. I'll speak to the motion if there's a second.
Okay, and just to clarify the motion, then it would specify that included in the authorization is, or maybe the requirement, that there first be an analysis, including the sheriff, and also non-custodial, I almost said outpatient, but that's not the right terminology.
Similar services from private agencies.
Criminal, right. Yep. Yeah, that.
Yep. Some type of pre-arraignment holding services from private agencies.
Okay, Councilmember Shaw made the motion, and once you're done, we'll, or made you made the second, and we'll come back for further discussion.
Thank you. So I think there are a lot of options here, and they all kind of might get to the same place. And I don't mind having the $500,000 held there so that we can move forward as quickly as reasonably and fiscally responsible to do. But I think there's just more opportunity for analysis, both on the sheriff's side as well as opportunities with private agencies. Again, I think Chief said there was something like maybe 8 a night, 5 to 8, I think he said, that might be in there. And it seems a bit premature to jump directly to a modular holding facility and the investment that involves. If there's a way that, if a couple of those, maybe half, could even be done with GPS monitoring, so that they don't spend, the weekend there, but they, are GPS monitored, so they show up on Monday morning for arraignment, whatever. I think there's some options there that we should look through and think through that might get us to the same place with the same type of results, but might have a different fiscal impact. So I'm not prejudging that one would be better than the other. I want to give staff that direction that we should be looking at all options on the table here. Thank you.
Okay, I'm thinking this might turn into a friendly amendment. So, Councilmember Owen.
Yeah, so I think the idea of expanding the parties that we work with is great. I say whoever wants to work with us to solve this community's crime problem, come to the table, because I think we should say we're serious about making sure that there are consequences for action. I just don't want council members to walk away unclear. GPS monitoring would have to be part of an adjudication. I don't think the cops can just slap a GPS monitor on someone. So this facility would conceive of a 72-hour pre-arraignment hold. So they show up in front of the judge, and then the judge can order pretrial monitoring as a condition of release. So I do anticipate that this will lead to a more accurate, more expedited decision about whether or not people need to be released on their own recognizance, released with monitoring, or held at YCDF because they're dangerous. I think we should negotiate with anybody who wants to work with us. So I absolutely support that as a expanding the scope of who we can negotiate with. I just did want to clarify that we would still need adjudication, and this is designed to be, arraignment, and this is designed to be a pre-arraignment facility only.
Okay, Councilor Owen, I didn't hear any real opposition,
No,
just clarification. Yeah. So I think what we can treat that as, assuming the movement, and then Councilmember Tiswell, you had the original second, meld these two things into the underlying motion?
That's fine by me, yeah.
Okay, so everybody who's made those two motions agrees, so that's the new version. Councilmember Purinton, Councilmember Neese?
So I guess, because that's exactly what I was thinking about, was the prearrangement, that you have to be adjudicated. Oh, thank you, sorry. That you do have to be adjudicated. So I'm not sure what other local contractors there would be that would help with this at this point. That's what I'm not unclear about.
So I think in having brief conversations with Councilmember Rupes, I think in general, we view detention, the law views detention as the purview of the county, that the sheriff runs those facilities. Whether or not private partners could be brought on as a contractor to administer a 72-hour pre-arraignment, not adjudication, pre-arraignment facility is an open question. And I don't know if Gina wants to weigh in on that, but I think from a policy perspective, our message should be, we want people held so they don't continue to commit crimes overnight. We want them to show up for their arraignment, and we want cases to move faster. However we do that, I think we should consider all our options. So Gina, I don't know if you want to clarify anything.
I thought your statement was very clear, Councilmember Owen, so I would agree that there are a variety of private partnerships we could make. There are several different businesses out there who offer pretrial services, GPS monitoring, but the idea is, just as Councilmember Owen said, is to get them into a facility so a judge could see them and order those services, because as she said, officers can't do that on the street. There's no authority, so it's either arrest or let them go.
Councilmember Purinton, follow up?
Yeah, so I'm still not getting, because you mentioned monitoring, and so I'm still not clear who those contractors would be, because they're not going to hold them someplace. You're still going to have some holding facility like the 72 hours that we had discussed. So I'm just not sure who those other partners would be.
State law does conceive of a scenario in which private contractors can provide detention facilities. I apologize.
Yeah, Councilmember, just direct your, to me.
Thank you. I just think that we've gone a little far from the motion we're talking about. The motion is to approve with some additional language that would allow the staff to be directed to expand what this is looking at. And it seems as though we're going a little bit far afield by trying to find a partnership at this point.
Yeah, I'm going to let's go down this path, because I think we're trying to clarify Councilmember Rips's proposed amendment of what it would mean to involve private parties, either in operating of the facility. Now the current concept would be the sheriff. That's one possibility, but also once there's been an adjudication, who could participate on that side. There are several existing companies. Councilmember Friedel's company comes to mind, for example. But Councilmember Owen, did you want to comment further on this question?
I apologize for speaking out of turn, Mayor. I didn't even seek recognition. I think that state law conceives that private parties can offer detention services. In fact, they do, right? We know that there's private providers. Who those would be in our community today who could actually operate a facility, I don't know. I'm just saying, as a matter of policy, I don't object to us entering into negotiations with any willing partner.
And just clarify, the motion just makes that part of an analysis. Okay. Okay, so we have that understanding of the current motion. Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree. I think this is something that is going to be good for our community. It's going to be good for the officers. I mean, their morale is tough when you arrest someone and you just have to give them a piece of paper and you know they're going to go out and do it again. You're going to see them and give them another piece of paper, and the same thing happens over and over again. So I think that, again, this won't be the silver bullet, but it's going to help. It's going to help in the misdemeanor area. It may help in other areas as the word gets around that if you do the crime, you do the time. And so I'm hoping that this is just one more thing that we're looking at doing it. And whether it's the sheriff department or some other private entity, I'm okay with that. I think the police will be okay with that, the public will be okay with that, and I think I look forward to this moving forward as one more piece to help. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll just comment that I support this, but there are a lot of questions, and we don't know what the cost would be. We don't know the feasibility. So if it appears as we go down this path that it isn't something that has an end game to it, I'm hoping that we would, having set these dollars aside, be able to treat them flexibly, and including to potentially redirect them to address the larger issues with the overcrowding in our criminal justice system identified by the Board of County Commissioners. This could be a potential source of that, maybe, but we don't know. Further discussion on the motion? Okay, before we'll move to a vote, this is for approval of proposed budget amendment number 10 with the clarification that the sheriff, or I'm sorry, number 11, with clarification that the sheriff would be involved in the analysis process, and part of that analysis process would look at the involvement of private players, either in the operation of the facility or as part of the post-arraignment monitoring. If the motion is clear, clarification of the motion, Councilmember Tricky.
Yeah, so can I assume that this is going to move forward with a series of different contracts and that nothing will be actually implemented until that happens?
I guess what I'd say, we have certain policies that would not necessarily require that every contract come back to us, because we have certain spending, authorization to the city administrator. But the city administrator earlier promised, in the case of whatever it is we were talking about, SEPTED analysis, I guess, that you would bring back because it wasn't a matter of cost. It was this unique, it's a unique thing. Chris, or this might be a good time to make a similar offer.
The count, certainly willing if that's the council's preference. It's hard for me to foresee us succeeding here without some kind of a contract between us and another entity that's going to exceed my $80,000 authority. So whether it's something different with the sheriff's office or other private vendors, yes, it can be brought, the strategy can be brought to you for your sign off before we actually sign something or lock ourselves into expenditures that get into six figures and above.
And I guess my other question is, this does strike me as a multi-year commitment. Any disagreement with that?
I guess my observation would be this is not, but it does create certain political expectations depending on what comes out of the analysis. And I do think, though, we should be careful in communicating with the Board of County Commissioners that we are not making a long-term commitment at this point. It's just too much up in the air, but it certainly could evolve into that. But we need to be careful as we proceed with my personal comments. Councilmember Ripsis, Councilmember Gulick.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to correct one thing you said in your summary. Everything we're talking about here is pre-arraignment, not post-arraignment.
Okay, thank you. Well, when I referred to post-arraignment, it was for the monitoring after they have been arraigned and the judge has ordered a holding process. Right, but that is that not what we are also?
No, I probably confused the issue by throwing GPS monitoring out there. My only thought is that if we're working with private partners, they might have some way to be creative that could meet the needs of what we're looking for while not necessarily requiring a big modular unit to be placed somewhere. So whatever that might be, let's be creative while also trying to accomplish what we're trying to do here.
Okay. All right. Oh, no, Councilmember Gulick.
Yeah, just very supportive of us moving forward in some way. Obviously, this is is a lot of questions here still. I'm voting, I will support this, understanding that we need to have a lot of flexibility. So to your point earlier in your comments, I think that's probably understood by a lot of others as well.
Thank you, Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to be clear, then we aren't necessarily talking about modular units. We're just talking about $500,000 that goes forward towards trying to figure that out. We're not actually talking about modular units?
My understanding of the motion, looking at the language in the staff report, is that the staff report does contemplate the possibility of money going toward actual units, theoretically. But Councilmember Roops has clarified, you need an analysis first. And so, and that could eat up a lot of the money. But I would disagree with that interpretation, but the movements could correct me. My understanding is it theoretically could go to actual boxes. And Councilmember Rowan's nodding her head, and other people who made part participate in the motion are also nodding their head. So, okay?
Thank you, thank you.
And Councilmember Tricky, another clarification.
No, I just want to make one final comment. This is a major policy shift for us. This is the beginning of a major policy shift for us. And it's not the way I like to do policy shifts. I'm pretty uncomfortable with the way that we've done this. But at the same, I mean, I agree with the direction that we're going in and whatnot, but policy should come before budget and not budget driving policy. Thank you.
Okay, Councilor, ready to vote? Okay, so it's motion clear, item number 11. Okay, if in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Voting in opposition is Councilmember Joy, so the motion passes 10-1. That concludes number 11, but not everything on this item. Let's go to Senate Bill, whatever the number was, 357, and okay, 332. We know that there's some specific numbers in here that potentially might change still. So, right? So is there any reason, Andy, we shouldn't just approve the final bullet there, leaving a blank for what? The 207?
Mayor, Council, depending on what further amendments may be offered tonight, if there are any, yes, the 207.91 potentially could change, but based upon what you have amended the budget to include so far, the language up there will satisfy the requirement of the statute.
Okay, Council, I guess I'd just ask for a motion for approval of that language with the understanding that the 207.91, we would be authorizing staff to make any changes in that number depending on final approval of the budget, if necessary. Councilmember Owen?
Mayor, I would move to amend the budget resolution to include a new section 4 as stated by staff.
Second.
And second by Councilmember Shaw. And just to clarify, Councilmember Owen, is the goal to include 207.91
Yes.
or just as is?
As the staff has stated it.
Okay. And so if that changes, we'll come back and revisit that topic. Assuming this passes. And Councilmember Shaw, you had a second. Okay. Discussion. Councilmember Ripsis.
I'm sorry, thank you, Mayor. I'm just being dense here. I don't understand how the last slide that you showed us shows that we have a $129 just on the property tax increase, and yet we're passing this resolution that says there's no increase.
Mayor, Councilmember Rupsis, it is, I think, a interesting requirement that says we will include what the property tax increase will be on a home valued at $100,000, $300,000, and $600,000. The assumption there is that the home value does not change from year to year. It was 100 last year. It is 100 this year. So the only thing that changes there are the number of mills that we levy. In this case, our mills are going down because real property values are going up. But the statute doesn't make a provision for what the median home value is doing or any assumption on a prior year value, except that it is the same as the current year. I believe what the legislator's intention probably was to identify when councils are adopting budgets that increase mill value, they are very clear about the impact to the homeowner in the resolution. We do that as part of our budget message to you guys, saying here's what we think the impact is really for a homeowner, and we take into account the median home value. I think we meet the intent of the law there, but that is not what they require here. Does that clarify?
So the problem, Andy, is it's really misleading. I mean, and I wonder, although we may be required by law to include this language, there's no reason we couldn't include our own little explanation, including addressing impact on a median value home, just to clarify the situation, is there?
We certainly could add to it. I would remind you, though, that our budget document includes that median value home already as part of that. But if you
So
wanted to
maybe
add
as
it to
part
the
of
resolution,
this, we could refer the reader to the impact on an actual median value home or something?
that would be fine.
Okay. Councilmember Owen?
Yeah, I think
Councilmember Tricky?
I think it's important that we be transparent and clear, that this budget as amended tonight would result in an average increase for a median home of about $96. Some people will experience a rebate as well that may offset some of that in this single year, but everybody's rebate will be different. So I think we should just be really clear with the public that we have to deal with the settlement. We have to deal with it in 1 year. So taxes will go up because of that and because of other decisions made tonight. There will be a rebate. And I think it would be a good idea, and I would certainly accept as an amendment to the emotion, an additional sentence that directs staff to the budget document to understand the impact on a median home. Because I think the public should know.
And you can just make your own, it's your motion.
Correct,
so-
yeah.
And as long as Councilmember Shaw is okay with that.
Yeah.
So somewhere near this language, so they're not too far apart.
Correct.
There would be a reference to the impact on a median value home, either explicitly or to another page.
Into
or
the budget document.
Another place in the budget document. Okay, so that's the proposed amendment. Councilmember Tricky, I'd recognize you, and Councilmember Boyette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. When I read this legislation as it was going through, I thought to myself, oh, they should have used the quartiles, 25%, 50%, 75% of the number of houses. This is misleading.
Thank you, Councilmember Boyette.
Thank you, Mayor. Andy, what is the change in the median value of a home? Has it changed?
Mayor, Councilmember Boyette, we don't know what the actual change will be. Our budget was built on the assumption it's going to be 19%. My guess is it'll be higher than that, just based upon those preliminary numbers from the DOR. 29. The median value, probably closer to 300. Last year was 212, I believe.
Okay, so any further discussion on the motion? Okay, we'll proceed to a vote. Is the motion clear? If in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
If opposed, nay. Okay, motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Now, we have before you, Council, proposed amendments and the underlying budget. How do you want to proceed? Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. I think item number 7 tonight is dealing with the solid waste budget as far as the fees and things like that. And so here we have our budget before us, which includes the solid waste department, and we haven't settled on that section of the budget. So I guess I'm wondering if we need to postpone the solid waste portion of the budget until after we've handled their rates tonight.
So Debbie, Andy, can you talk specifically about how those rates do or do not impact Public Works' budget?
Sure. Regardless of which way you decide to go with the rates, we will be doing a basic recoup of the cost for the services. So whether we decide to go with the increases we showed last time or whether there's some modification to that, what we present will be the rates that we use to determine our CIP and everything.
Councilmember Neese?
Thank you, Mayor. Debbie, so I think the question I had regarding what was being presented to us, I'm not sure we haven't seen the presentation tonight, so I hate to get into the discussion about item 7 now, and that's why I'm concerned about even moving forward with much discussions. But my thought is, or my understanding is, the amounts that you raise depends on how you allocate those funds within your budget. And so if we change the rates, does that not change the way you allocate, whether you're doing some capital improvement budgets or things like that? And especially if we change the rates, won't that also change what you charge some of the out-of-staters, because we do a percentage of the cost?
So solid waste is different than almost all the rest of our enterprise funds because it does have more latitude in what we can spend those funds on. So it's a little less specific between O&M and capital and that kind of thing than we have on some of our other some of our other funds.
Okay, so if I understand correctly, if we change the rates later on tonight, and you had planned within your budget to do an extra $2 or $3 million in capital improvements, suddenly that money is going to be allocated to subsidies, then you just change within your own internal portion of it. You won't spend that money on capital improvements, but.
Right, we would have the ability to move that money,
Okay,
yes.
thank you. All right.
Okay, Debbie, Councilor Tricky, anything else on that issue, or is it different? Should Debbie stay up there?
No, Debbie doesn't need it.
Debbie, you can sit down. All right. Okay, again, reminder, council, you still have a motion for approval of the now amended budget before you. Councilmember Tricky?
Mr. Mayor, I move to continue the hearing of the budget to the June 26th meeting.
Okay, so the motion is to adjourn, and the motion would still be on the table. Do we just be delaying further discussion on the motion for approval until that date? That's the motion. Councilmember Owen, Councilmember Shaw?
Mayor, if I could just ask a question, and people can tell me to mind my own business, but are there other amendments that we anticipate having introduced? There are, okay.
Okay. Further discussion. So Councilmember Tricky indicated a yes on that. Otherwise, I think our inclination was just get her done, right? Yeah. But Councilmember Tricky, you want to just tell us generally what that might be? You don't have to. We're going to address this, but I just.
Well, as I mentioned last week, because the county was shifting all of their funding, their mental health funding to the crisis center, the Substance Abuse Connect was losing, I think, about $500,000 worth of funding. And they've been working to figure out what the ask is going to be of us to help maintain what they consider to be critical funding issues. The last I heard, the number was about $50,000, but they haven't finished that presentation, and they were expecting to bring it in 2 weeks.
Okay, thank you. And council, I'll just refer this document I sent around by email. Again, by my calculation, if the things in yellow turn into long-term commitments, I don't know where money for anything is going to come for a number of years, additional projects of any type. So that becomes part of that discussion. And of course, we did get the handout from the continuum of care for the $156,000 funding request, which is not part of this budget. So we are impliedly rejecting that, I guess, if it proceeds. And then also the $55,000 Head Start request for a behavioral support specialist also is not part of this as well. And there's others, I suppose, too.
Those two were part of the Substance Abuse Connect thing.
Okay, so these are included in what you're talking about, but there may be something different and in addition to. Councilmember Owen.
Thank you, Mayor. I am going to vote respectfully against this motion. I think we can finish the budget tonight, and if there are future issues that have to be decided, vetted, discussed upon, we amend the budget all the time. So I'm going to vote no and encourage us to finish up the budget tonight.
Okay, Councilmember Neese.
Thank you. Those were actually my same thoughts. I think we've done a good job. If you look at what we've done as far as the public safety, there's been a lot of good amendments moving forward. So I think we have a great budget to move forward on. It's not everything I like, but I think overall, I think we should move forward on the budget tonight.
Okay. Any further discussion? Councilmember Ripsis.
My only reason for seconding and to help us move as along was to respect the people that were on time, that we said we would be ready to go with them around 7:30, and we're already half an hour past that. I'd ask that we just finish up the conversation in 2 weeks. It should be a quick conversation at that point, and so we can move on and respect the people's time that expected us to be working with them already.
Yeah, thank you. I do appreciate the patience of people. Normally would have taken a break at around 7:30, but obviously, this is a very important item. It makes sense to wrap it up in some form, whether it's delayed or an approval. Any further discussion? Again, the motion is to delay further consideration of the motion for approval of the amended budget until June 26. Any further discussion before we proceed to a vote on the motion? Okay, so if in favor of the motion for the delay, say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Well, let's do a show of hands. So if in favor of the motion for the delay, please raise your hand. Voting in favor are council members Joy, I'll put myself, Cole, Triki, Purington, and Ripsis. If in voting in opposition are council members Shaw, Gulick, Neese, Owen, Tidswell, and Boyette. So it's 6-5 in opposition, meaning that the motion to delay fails, and we'll proceed with the underlying motion. Councilmember Shaw.
Do you need another motion to adopt the amended budget, or we're
That was
good?
made at the very beginning,
Okay,
and then
perfect.
we amended that. So that's what's before you. Any further discussion on the base motion, which has been amended? Councilmember Neese, and then we're going to proceed to a vote.
Thank you, Mayor.
ASAP.
Yeah, I know. I normally would not support a budget like this, and I will. I think this budget is a little bit bloated, and I would like to have seen more reductions in some areas, but this is a tough year because this has been hit by a lot of inflation, but I think staff did a good job of reducing it, and they may be in some cases not keeping up with inflation. So in the long run, it may hurt us, but I think they've taken some consideration for what the economy's done to not just the city and their costs, but also the residents. So I will support this budget and look forward to working with staff in future years as far as keeping the cost down as much as we possibly can. Thank you.
Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, and I do appreciate the work that the Budget Committee has put into well-reasoned ideas. I will support the overall budget. There are some costs in there that I don't necessarily agree with, but one of the things that I think is super important when it comes budget time, and I know that Director Zeller has been very clear that if the assessments don't come in where they should be, there can be an amendment before we go to the county with our mills that we are going to charge. I think it's super important that we pay attention to our reserve. It is at a critical level. And that makes me very nervous because when I started on this council 6 years ago, it was huge, as the mayor remembers. The reserve was huge. I am very concerned that we don't take our budget down to that minimum reserve. And the reason why is we don't know what unforeseen things can happen. And as we've had weather events that have changed things, there have been a lot of concerns about how these weather impacts might impact us as a city. And in the past, we have had things come along that I'm thinking of a situation where if it hadn't been for ARPA dollars, we would have been in very serious trouble trying to figure out how to pay for things. So this is really, the reserve and taking it down to a minimum is something that concerns me. It also concerns me that we just be very cautious of how our assessments come in and whether or not we're going to have to change this budget based on what those assessments come in with. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else for proceed to vote? Okay, so the motion is the overall budget for approval as amended for those 11 amendments. Actually 12, I guess, if you add the Senate bill language. Is the motion clear? Okay, if in favor of the overall budget, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Voting opposition, council members Chiriqui and Purington. All other council members in favor, so the motion passes 9-2. That concludes then item number 2. Again, thank you for your patience. Anybody in the audience? This is arguably one of the, maybe the most important thing we do all year long. So I appreciate your giving us a little extra time to do that. It's 7:59. We'll come back as close to 8:05 as we can. Okay. Ready to go? Okay, everybody here? Welcome back, everyone. We are on item number 3 and all the subparts. So, Tony, would you please read item 3A(i)?
Item 3, joint public hearing for annexation 2304 and zone change 1026. Resolution for annexation 2304 located at 3648 AJ Way. Staff recommends conditional approval.
Thank you very much. And I referenced 3A(i), but it's actually 3A(i) and 2. This will be a joint public hearing on both the annexation and the zone change, and I assume a joint presentation on both by Monica Plecker.
Yes.
So hand it over to Monica.
You're stealing my thunder already. While Kevin switches over to share with Zoom, I'll go ahead and get into things. You guys have had lots of practice with joint hearings, but just to remind you, you'll have a joint hearing. You'll need to take 2 separate actions, one on the annexation, one on the zone change. The annexation needs to go first. If you were to, for some unforeseen reason, not approve it, you wouldn't be able to act on anything else tonight. We will have an annexation agreement that you'll vote on separately as well as an additional hearing for the ward boundary ordinance. There's no presentation for the ward boundary ordinance. I'm just going to go ahead and let you know that it will be located in Ward 1 and be available for questions if you have any at that point in time. Okay, so the property that is in question tonight for the annexation is shown here in gray. It's about just barely over 40 acres and is located north of existing city limits. It'll even be closer to city limits here in a couple of months. We're working with the airport right now. They own property right here, and it's owned by the city of Billings, and it's going to be coming forward for annexation consideration as well. So, with all annexations, in order to even consider petitioning, you have to be located within the red petition area of the limits of annexation map, and so this property is located and able to petition. This is the subject property. You guys are probably familiar with this property. It wasn't too long ago that you were considering development down here on Yellowstone Landing. We also have the Billings Flying Service, airport, and this is the city-owned property I was talking about, as well as some residential properties to the south and to the southwest. Just as a note, you may or may not know, but presently the National Guard is operating out of a hangar on the Billings Flying Service property. So they currently have a presence in the area. Here's a zoning map of a zoning map of uses in the area. All of this green shaded property is P2, again, airport property or property where the Billings Flying Service is located. We also have heavy commercial where Yellowstone Landing is located and residential zones, as well as P1 and some N2 to the south of Highway 3. The property is currently zoned agricultural. It cannot stay that way. It's not a zone that's recognized by the city. Therefore, there does need to be a required zone change. The Department of Military Affairs is requesting a zone change to the P3 zone. Here's a site plan that they've provided with their application. I'll just briefly touch on this, as I'm sure they'll provide more details in their presentation. But this is where the facility itself would be located. It's going to have office, hangar, and training space. The plan is to house 6 helicopter aircraft. This area is parking, and this is a controlled access. And they've, of course, also considered things like stormwater and have quite a bit of open area still on the site. We'll run through some pictures of the subject property. This is from AJ Way. The subject property is to the west, and that facility that you see is actually Billings Airport property. This is the subject property looking southwest. This is the view east towards the Billings Flying Service. This is the view northeast towards the Billings flying service. Okay, so let's get into the criteria for both the annexation and the zone change. So this area is located within the petition area, as you've already seen. The city is able to provide adequate services to the property. I just want to take a minute to provide some clarification on an item that was shared in the staff report. As you know, every staff report, we have all city departments weigh in on a proposed annexation. And there was some information that was shared by the fire department that actually highlighted an incorrect number regarding gallons per minute and fire flow. And so I have some information that was provided by Public Works and City Engineering today that actually confirms that 1,500 gallons is able to flow per minute with existing infrastructure. There's a variety of scenarios and models that were run, which contributes to kind of why some initial numbers were shared incorrectly. But I do have it on good word from City Engineering that they're able to provide 1,500 gallons per minute with the existing pipe in AJ Way that's adjacent to the National Guard site. They've also completed some recent modeling that states that they would actually be able to increase that up to 2,500 gallons per minute with some additional improvements for the 12-inch main that is a part of the Yellowstone landing requirements. So I guess I would say, information has changed. We've shared this with fire. They're comfortable so long as that minimum flow is achieved, and we have information from Public Works stating that it is. Otherwise, there were no mentions of any concerning items from other city departments. Any proposed public improvements within the area have to be annexed to meet city standards. You will consider an annexation agreement later tonight, as well as when the facility is being constructed, they'll be required to meet all building, zoning, and site development requirements. The property owners must sign a waiver of right to protest future SIDs. This is a part of the conditions of approval, and it is included with the annexation agreement. This is that standalone waiver that's good for more than 20 years. Unlike subdivision. As I stated, must be in compliance with zoning and site development, and it also has to comply with the growth policy and the areas and goals and objectives of the growth policy that are most compatible with this application are essential investments and prosperity. So the Zoning Commission has recommended approval of the P3 zone. The P3 zone is actually a campus-style zone. You want to, over time, have at least 3 principal buildings on the site, which right now they're just proposing 1. That doesn't create a conformance issue. We also know that over time, the Army National Guard has the opportunity to grow and expand. So the P3 is the most appropriate zone for this. The Zoning Commission did consider the 10 criteria, and they are forwarding a recommendation of approval on a 3-0 unanimous vote. They believe that it meets the growth policy, that the P3 is compatible with adjacent zones and uses like the Billings Flying Service and Billings Airport, that P3 considers public health, safety, welfare, light, air, fire, and other dangers, and that it will also have compliance with any site improvements, required site improvements. So tonight, you will need to hold a public hearing taking comment on the annexation and zone change. We do have representatives from the Army National Guard here with us. Lieutenant Colonel John Gearing will be ready to kick off a presentation when you turn it over to him, as well as they have some folks on their design team as well to share some information with you. So with that, I will end my presentation, make myself available for questions, and thank you.
Thank you, Monica. So expectation, we'll just turn it over to the applicant. So Colonel Gearing is the lead on this. So it's yours.
Mayor Cole, council members, community members, good evening. I'm Lieutenant Colonel John Gearing. I'm the Deputy Construction and Facilities Management Officer for the Montana Army National Guard. I'm joined tonight by our team on this project. I got Colonel Robert Olson, our State Army Aviation Officer with us. I have Mr. Lee Elder, who is our lead from SMA Architecture and Design. I got Miss Holly Manning from Robert Pesha and Associates doing our civil work, and Paul Blumenthal with the State Architecture and Engineering Office. I'd like to first thank Miss Monica Plecker for her time and her hard work in this project and helping us get to this point. She has been fantastic to work with in the zone changing as well as the annexation process. Both the city and the airport authority have been just wonderful to work with the last really 2 years that we've worked with them. So my thanks to you guys all. The Montana Army National Guard has been conducting operations, aviation operations in the Billings area since January officially. We're operating, as Monica said, out of a leased facility adjacent to the Billings Flying Service. We currently have about 4 aircraft, it varies, on site at this time. We've had the opportunity to personally meet with many of the neighboring community members, emergency service providers, and many within the city and county administration. And we look forward to a long, beneficial relationship in the coming years. So the Department of the Army has authorized our aviation permanent presence in the Billings area. And this proposed zoning change and annexation is going to allow us to better serve the community of Billings as well as Yellowstone County and all of eastern Montana. In the last 12 months, the Montana Army National Guard has rescued 92 civilians in eastern Montana in response to numerous search and rescue events, and we were key in the Yellowstone River floods of 2022. So through zoning and rezoning and annexation, our permanent presence in Billings is going to allow us to better serve and respond to emergencies in this area in eastern Montana. And that's going to include things beyond just the floods, but also wildfires and assistance to law enforcement. So transparency is very important to us. So with that, I did want to share that through House Bill 5, the legislature has funded the Montana Department of Military Affairs for the acquisition of an additional 98 acres that's adjacent to the property that we're discussing this evening. So our hope is that by closing time, the end of the summer, early fall, that we'll be back to visit with you again about zoning and annexation again. Mayor Cole, council members, our team will be available for any questions that you may have. And I'd now like to introduce Mr. Lee Elder. He is our lead with SMA Architecture and Design, and he's going to be discussing the design and the development of our facility.
Thank you, Mr. Elder. Welcome.
Hello, City Council. I'm Lee Elder, and I first want to take some time and say thank you guys for reviewing this. We'll scroll to an image here. I'll walk you guys through kind of a brief overview of the project. This is an Army aviation support facility. As it was mentioned, there are going to be housing helicopters on this piece of property. With that, we have about 40,000 square feet of hangar space. This hangar space is also surrounded by admin spaces, office spaces, recreational facilities inside that admin space. With this design, you can see that we're trying to conceal the mass of the hangar space and cascade it down with the support spaces to kind of reduce that effect of the large building behind it. We've placed this building strategically on the site. It is near and adjacent to the Billings International Airport. There are some certain flight paths that we have to be aware of, and there's some other on-site flying paths that we have to take account of. We're trying to keep it as northwest as possible on the site to minimize any disruption to the residential communities on the south. We do also realize that our adjacent neighbors, Billings Flying Service, also are running aviation equipment out of their spaces. As John just said, there are 90 acres to the west of us that are going to be part of an additional campus in the future. We've been exploring how this building and the access into it fits into that overall master plan for the project. And so we're looking at that as well. Do you want to go with the next image? This is another image of it. This is kind of from the southwest corner of the project. I'm here for any questions you guys may have regarding the project. Happy to answer them.
Very good. Council, you were offered an opportunity for questions of Mr. Elder. Councilmember Purington?
Thank you, and welcome to Billings. I think this will be great. The one question that is on everyone's mind, I think, are the residents and the noise level, especially those towards the south. And whenever you mentioned flight patterns, how those will be affected to mitigate sound or the noise, I guess you would say, for these neighbors.
Yeah. I can just speak to building design and then you guys can talk about flight operations. In building design, if you want to go back one more slide, Monica. So you can see that the building kind of cascades a little bit in the background there behind the tree. That's where the main hangar doors are going to be at. We're trying to wrap that building around a little bit so that it gives views of the main flight operations to the flight pad. With that, it's also creating a barrier from where the helicopters are going to be at to the public. And so we're trying to use the massing of the site to kind of start to create a barrier to push that sound back towards the north, towards the airport where some of those other sites are. Regarding operations, I'll turn it over to Colonel Robert.
And just real quickly, which way does that face right there?
This is the southern elevation of the project, yeah.
Colonel.
Mayor Cole, council members, I appreciate the opportunity to speak. Noise-wise, we've worked with the airport, aviation control tower, and the FAA to establish corridors to least affect the citizens of Billings. We've also done noise studies that we were required to do to be able to operate out of our current hangar. And the current noise study for that hangar came back with no significant impact. With that being said, this facility is better situated and further away from those southern homes that we feel that we can mitigate the noise. We've met with the concerned citizens and neighbors just to the south of Billings Flying Service between AJ Way and just a little bit further to the east. And they had concerns, and we understand those concerns. And after meeting with them and speaking with them, their concerns seem to be alleviated. My understanding is Mr. Evans, who was very concerned about it, sent in a letter of support for the project. I'm not sure where that got routed. We've heard from concerned neighbors to the west about the low-flying helicopters over their property. I've instituted control measures to be at least 500 feet over their property, and when at all possible, not to fly over their property for the next couple months, so we can, study what our effects are with the helicopters. With that being said, we have met every FAA requirement. We've met all the requirements of the Class B airspace, which is about 10-mile circle around the Billings Airport. It goes from the surface up to 4,700 feet above the airport. And the airport has total control of that airspace. And they are the ones who control our routes in and out through those corridors. And they're aware of our concerns of the noise. As John spoke, we truly want to be good partners. We want to be good neighbors, and we feel that we will be value added, and we are committed to listening to all those concerns. And quite honestly, those concerns, when they're spoken to us and we're able to engage with our neighbors, a good amount of the time, it allows us to reflect on our operations. And sometimes they do have good ideas, and we do want to respect those ideas. So, are there any other?
Councilmember Purington?
So just one follow-up. So the additional 98 acres, what will that be used for?
John, I'll let you speak to that.
Councilman Purington? Purinton, apologize. So that the additional 98 acres, it's going to give us a total of 138 up there. And that's going to be what we're referring to as the Billings Readiness and Innovation Campus, the BRIC. So there's a lot of different facilities that in the coming years that we want to get in place up there. The first one that we'd like to do is get a readiness center up there.
I'm sorry, what center?
A readiness center, formerly known as our armories.
Okay.
So we'd like to get a readiness center up there first, followed by a field maintenance site. There's a lot of restrictions on the property up there with elevation due to the proximity to the airport. The field maintenance site is going to go all the way to the north. If you could bring up slide 5 on your initial slide deck. So here is the properties we're talking about right now. So our future acquisition, the additional 98 acres, are these lower 2 already commercial, and then these 4 right here. So our intention is that our readiness center is going to go down in this first location. It's going to kind of be the capstone parcel for this, and then working our way up, that maintenance site is going to be all the way up here. This is pretty much unbuildable up here with the elevation requirements, and this is as far north as we can get. So that's where that maintenance site will go. Our hope is to also, there's a lot of things contingent upon it to happen, but we'd like to have some training support facilities there, where it would be my headquarters, some barracks, and classroom, and maybe a dining facility that would go in this area here. Does that answer your questions, ma'am?
Councilor Gearing, maybe you could help us understand a typical month and the flow of people in and out of the facility. How many, when, and why? What are they doing in that typical month?
Well, and we have had some concern from the neighbors, a lot of misconception as to what we do. One of the neighbors was concerned of a drill sergeant kind of atmosphere there, and that's just not going to be the way we do business. It's citizen soldiers. It's people that are sitting to the left and right of you oftentimes, that one weekend a month they spend with us and they train. What they'll do for the most part is going to be inside their facility, classroom training. If we're doing anything that's dismounted, when we're outside working, our dismounted training for the most part is going to take place in this upper parcel that we can't build on. That's our intention. So one weekend a month they show up, depends on the unit. Some of them will show up Friday evening and leave Sunday afternoon. For the most part, it's Saturday and Sunday, one weekend a month that this happens. And the Readiness Center itself will have about 500 soldiers when we do that.
On that once a month weekend?
Once a month weekend.
Okay.
Then we have 2 weeks a year that we also come in and do our annual training. Sometimes that's on site, sometimes it's elsewhere. For the most part, it's done off site where we do our annual training. A piece of it will be at our location.
Okay, thank you. Other questions for proceed, Councilmember Neese?
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of questions about the open land and things like that. Right now it's ag, so it's farmed, it's kept down. What will you guys be doing to maintain the, a bunch of tumbleweeds not growing and blowing across the neighbors and the streets and things like that?
Well, actually, it just got seeded. That issue had come up before, and the neighbors had raised that as a concern. There was a tennis court on the south side of the highway that got completely filled with tumbleweeds. We can't do that. We do have a responsibility to take care of the ground. So prior to getting built and landscaped appropriately, it will be maintained, it will be mowed, it will be planted, and will be sprayed for weeds.
So the entire area of the acreage, that's going to be maintained. Okay, Mayor, another question, please.
Go ahead.
So one of the interesting things about this is, again, I don't know a whole lot about the Army National Guard, but it sounds pretty cool. And, there's a viewing spot up at the airport to watch the airplanes take off and go. And I don't know if that's going to be available for parents to take their kids up and watch you guys do whatever you do up there. Is that something in the plans to allow something like that?
Absolutely. There's definitely limits to it, but we are very engaged with the community and especially the local school systems. I'd say probably once a week Yeah, I'll let Colonel Olson answer this one.
Councilman Neese, in Helena is where I have my office. I spend about 2/3 of my time at the airport and about 1/3 of my time at the headquarters. I've spent 35 years in Army aviation in the Montana Army National Guard. We have people come through our facility at least once a week. It's open to high school tours. It's open to essentially any group of people who want to tour the facility. Right now, you've seen on there was an entry control point. The entry control point in Helena has not been manned since 9/11, meaning we have an open campus. We have people come to the building to visit. We have people show up at the building to request tours. So essentially, it's an open campus. One of the most important things is it's open to community members. John's family does wrestling practice at one of our armories in Helena. Those are the type of things we do there. At least once a year, we'll have an open house for the entire community. And that's where we typically bring in almost carnival-like events and show off what we do. We show off the aircraft, and we're trying to get it to where we have the battle of the food trucks going on. It was pretty successful in Helena last year. So I think we're going to be very community friendly, and I think it's our goal is to make it a beautiful campus.
Okay, Mayor, one final question for him. How many additional helicopter units will you be bringing to the city, and then how many more personnel do you expect to be supporting the facility?
So right now, at the leased facility, we have 4 aircraft that are stationed pretty much permanently. Sometimes that flows down to 3. With that being said, we have about 12 full-time employees there. Once the facility is built out, we'll have 6 aircraft there on a permanent basis. And we'll get to 14 full-time employees at the aviation support facility. And on the weekends, as John spoke, the aviation support facility will support a total of 90 people.
Great.
With that being said, we used to drill every month of the year. We've changed that a bit because what we found is our soldiers, it was a challenge for them to travel once a month and the long distances. So we've cut that back to 8 times a year. So only 8 weekends a month will be working out of that facility. And typically during AT, we don't stay at our facilities and operate. Like this year, we had most of our people down at Hardin, operating at the Hardin Airport. On Friday, I was down there. It was very muddy and it was very wet. They're flying a ton down there, but I bet you we had somewhere in the neighborhood of 500 and 600 people and neighbors and citizens of Hardin go through that airport and look at our equipment. One of the most important things about this facility being out here, obviously serving the eastern part of the state, which has been underserved by the Army National Guard aviation aspect for years. And it's crazy weather phenomena between here and Helena. Sometimes you just plain can't get here, even though we'd like to. But we really took a look at recruiting and retention and looking at not putting our soldiers on the road to drive from Miles City to go to Helena when they're making maybe $80 or $90 a day to travel back and forth. They eat up all their money. Plus, it's dangerous. That's most dangerous things they'll do all drill weekend is get in their car and drive away from drill after spending, in some cases, 4 days at drill. So that's why we put the Billings Aviation Support Facility here in Billings. And, I just think we'll be value added to the community of Billings. And I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Monica as well. The city planner, Debbie Malings helped us a ton on trying to figure out utilities and public works. So I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Anybody else from the applicant, or back to you, Monica, or we will open a public hearing here soon?
Mayor, I don't have anything additional, just available for questions if you have any.
Okay, then we'll move to public hearing unless there's something else. Councilmember Denise?
Thank you, Mayor. I did have a question for Monica because, and thank you, you addressed my concern over the fire flow, but from 85 to 1,500, that's a huge difference. I mean, it different if it was like 1,100 to 1,500, but why such a vast difference?
Sure. Basically, it was just incorrect information. There have been, it's my understanding, and Debbie, if I speak out of turn, just come up here and tell me I'm wrong. But it's been my understanding that the way that the numbers are run, it's run in software that does modeling, and there is verified by Public Works today that there is 1,500 gallons of flow. Early on, when the project was first being talked about, there were some numbers that were in the 850, 870 gallon per minute range. We started talking about how the city has a manual pump that can basically increase that number. Now, when I say manual, it's not like, you know, some Public Works employee is down there just like doing a hand crank. There is, hey, I want to be clear. What it means is that where the facilities are monitored 24 hours a day, that there is someone that can push a button when it is necessary. So it's like just below completely automated. There are some long-term plans that the city has with the way that the subdivision improvement agreement works for Yellowstone Landing that are even going to increase that above 1,500. So I can't necessarily speak to did someone just leave out a number when they typed in 8 and they really meant, you know, but I do, I mean, I have it on good word, and I know Debbie can back me up and tell you that this information, that there is adequate flow, is correct.
Okay, and then so will they still be putting the dry hydrants up in that area as well?
They are.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, let's open up for public hearing. Thank you for your patience, anybody who's here. This is an opportunity to be heard on both the proposed annexation and the proposed zone change under discussion here. So please come forward. Just ask that you keep your comments to 3 minutes. Tell us your name and address up front. Welcome.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor Cole and City Council members. My name is Morgan Tuss. I live at 2837 US Highway 3. I have spoken here before in regard to Billings TrailNet. I'm also a newly appointed member of the County Planning Board of Commissioners, and I'm a local attorney. So I'll see you guys all for other reasons. But today I'm speaking on a personal capacity in reference to the 40 acres being proposed here. My property is directly west by about 1 mile. We are the neighbors to the west that Colonel Olson had mentioned. My family owns approximately 12 acres in this location. On 3 sides of this proposed 40 acres are numerous residential developments that have existed for quite some time. Ours has existed as residential property for about 70 years. Arabian horses used to be raised on our land, and now I raise quarter horses. The National Guard and their developers have explained that their ultimate goal in developing the 40 acres is to develop the additional 98 acres, as they mentioned here. That reaches just a couple hundred yards from our property line. They've explained their vision for the property to be campus-like with helicopters. Concerns by myself and neighboring property owners are what you guys would expect and what you have brought up and talked about here. Helicopter noise, other noises, bright lighting, increased traffic, ground and air pollutants, issues with watershed, sewage facilities if they're needed, things like that. Many of these exact concerns were brought up with the zoning and development of Billings Flying Service, but they were not addressed and they continue to pose issues for the neighbors. To this point, I have talked to Mr. Olson and the National Guard about our concerns, and I do hope they continue to listen to us, and I appreciate that they have. I understand that your purpose in this meeting is, limited in scope to simply approving the zone change and annexation, but I bring up these concerns because obviously they've been talked about at length here, and because zoning and the property use is not, they are not independent of one another. So To that point, the zone change to P3 is not the best thing property owners in the area could ask for, but it's also not the worst thing. You know, myself and what I believe many other property owners would agree with is that we would have liked to see this land developed for residential purposes, just as much of the area already has been developed. But given the developments of Billings Flying Service, this really isn't possible. Again, there are many beautiful residences up there that working professionals, retired individuals, and kids and families call home. And we purchased these places with the expectation that we'll be able to use and enjoy our property reasonably undisturbed. So I support the zone change to P3 only because it is among the better of other likely alternatives. And just to be clear, I do support the National Guard very much, and I do appreciate all the many contributions that they have and continue to bring to our community. So, thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Mr. Cole, Council, thank you. Wesley Dunn, 832 Dorothy Lane. OP Clearinghouse at gmail.com. OP stands for Operation Clearinghouse. I'm in full support of this right here. My dad was 8 years, Georgia Army National Guard. So I do respect what these men and women are doing. And I do feel that the presence of them is going to probably change a little bit of the criminals' mentality and their mindset. I will tell you, if somebody sees a helicopter flying above their house, and if you're a criminal, you do think that that's the police. So I support this. What I would say, though, is I would love to see a Montana State Guard, something similar to what Texas has done. I'm a statesman. I've always been proud of where I live, proud of who I am, where I live, and all that. So with being a statesman, I'd love to see a Montana State Guard. Third biggest state in the lower continental. I know we're not there yet, citizen-wise, but give it 20 years. Montana's pretty popular. They're coming. So thank you for all the men and women that do what they do, military-wise. And again, I do support this. But engineering department is blowing smoke to Miss Monica here. Public Works Department is blowing smoke to Miss Monica here. And Miss Monica is coming up here and blowing smoke to the public and you guys. So with that, they do not have the proper infrastructure and adequate utilities to provide water to all that property right now. Council, look into it before you really say yay on this one.
Thank you. Any other public comment on the joint annexation or zoning hearing? Before I close, no one's coming forward, no one's online, so public hearing on item 3A(i) and 3A(2) is closed. Back to council. Councilmember Shaw.
Thank you. Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to conditionally approve the resolution for annexation 23-04 as recommended by staff.
Thank you. Second, Councilmember Boyette. Discussion on your motion, either Councilmember Shaw or Boyette. Any further comment? Okay, other discussion. Councilmember Purington.
Thank you. So some of the things that Ms. Tess brought up with regard to the pollutants and some of these other things, how are those being addressed?
Specifically to the wastewater or noise? Or
Well, I think she mentioned several things. There was
noise, lighting, traffic, pollutants. Those were most of them. So I was providing clarification, not trying to answer for you.
Okay, I can answer to the noise and the light. So noise-wise, we've already established corridors that least affect the noise of the surrounding communities, and that was based on the noise study in coordination with the air traffic control tower. Not only do those corridors pose no significant impact based on the noise study, we'll continue to coordinate and communicate with anybody that continues to have concerns with the noise to see if we can mitigate that. That's about all I can do for the noise. Light-wise, we've been talking with our planning team from day one about what the outside of that building looks like. We need it to be appealing, and we need it to fit into the Billings landscape and reflect the RIMS community of Billings. With that being said, we've also talked about what lighting needs to be. The lighting will be minimal on the facility other than doing nighttime operations. During nighttime operations, most of the time we're flying night vision goggles, so we don't want the lights on. So with that being said, very, very rarely will there be a huge light signature. I think a lot of people get concerned about it being a military facility, that the whole thing will be lit up like a prison. That is not the case. There'll be smaller security lighting around the doorways and along the streets. But I think the landscaping is going to mitigate a lot of that. I'll let Lee talk a little more about that.
Thank you. Will you return to the end slides, kind of at the massing there? Most of our entry points along the building, as you can see in this aspect, and then if you want to go to the next slide as well, we're trying to minimize some of the lighting. You see we've got a couple of light fixtures there. Those are down lights onto the building. We also have our entries recessed, so that lighting will be shining on the doors but not projecting outward. For traffic, there actually was a traffic impact study done for this project, and the traffic flows on it weren't enough to trigger any significant improvements at the AJ Way and the highway there. Then the other, what was the other pollutants that you mentioned?
I think just ground, like ground.
Sewage. Okay, I'll bring Holly Manning up to discuss sewage and utility infrastructure.
All the exciting things. Again, my name is Holly Manning. I'm with Robert Petchin Associates, a civil engineer on this project. And I can speak to water and sewer. Water, we've discussed, fire flow is big importance. We're going to work with the city to see if there are things that we can help do within city infrastructure versus just on site, but rest assured it will be fire protected and within code. As far as sewage goes, we also understand and have been working with the city that there are some limitations within the city system as far as how much we can send and how quickly we can send it. The plan here is to do individual grinder lift stations and small diameter force mains similar to what Yellowstone Landing is using. In addition, I think probably the biggest concern out in this general area is stormwater and what happens because of the fragility of your precious wrens. They are amazing. We certainly don't want to be any part of their destruction or downkeep. The plan right now is to collect all stormwater that is generated by the development and pump it to the alkali basin to the north, similar also to what Yellowstone Landing does. We'll work with the city to make sure that we are in compliance with our MS4 permit. I'm happy to field any questions if you have any.
Okay, any other questions for Holly? Not seeing anything. Thank you. Councilmember Neese?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to follow up on a comment I thought maybe I heard someone make when they were talking about the traffic patterns of the aircraft. And I was trying to look through the memo, and maybe I missed it, Monica. You can help me explain. Did the airport comment on anything as far as the impact it would have on the commercial air traffic out of the airport on that? And then what I heard the gentleman say was that part of the reason the patterns they have to take is because the airport tells them they can't fly the way they probably should fly out of the facility. So almost seems like it's a mismatch because of our air traffic for the airport to where the facility is being located.
Sure. So no, I did not receive any comments from the airport director. I know that they have been working with the facility, have been well aware of it for a long time. In the zoning memo, there's in the beginning background section, there's an area there, and the flight paths originate and travel over the airport and north of Highway 3, and so that is a part of the approved flight plan. It's my understanding that there are some times where deviations from that flight plan may be required, but in general, they have a dedicated flight path. Now, that's about as far as I can go with the extent of my understanding, but if you'd like to ask one of the representatives to come back up, you can.
Yeah, if you don't mind, Mayor.
Go ahead.
I think the gentleman, the developer, I'm sorry, I forgot your name. Lee, I think you were mentioning, if you wouldn't mind, about the traffic patterns when you were explaining, someone was about the noise, that you mentioned something about the reason the helicopters have the current traffic patterns because I guess the airport has told you where you need to take off or go or leave or whatever your path may be because of the traffic flow of the airport. So,
Yeah,
okay.
the Colonel would
Thank you.
be better
Thank
equipped. Colonel, go ahead.
Councilman Neese, I appreciate the question. What we proposed to the airport was our recommendations and solutions for corridors. That's how we operate as corridors. It's easy to train our pilots. It's easier for them to know where they're supposed to be and at what altitude. So we provided what our recommendations were. They accepted roughly 90% of that.
Okay.
Based on what we agreed to with them, looking at the noise study, when the noise study came back, we refined those slightly. And really it was a southern corridor. We moved a little bit further to the north. Now, there are times that we have to divert from those corridors. And without getting into a bunch of regulations and a lot of other stuff is based on the maneuverability of an aircraft, they'll be the first ones to deviate from any assigned corridor. Helicopters, more maneuverable than any other aircraft other than, well, it's the most maneuverable. A balloon is the least maneuverable. So a helicopter will give way to any traffic other than a helicopter. Does that make sense?
It does, yeah. And so, Mayor, if you don't mind, follow up on that.
Okay.
So my concern is their traffic that is flying. If I'm flying a commercial flight out, are you saying that there are times where my commercial flight going out may be in conflict with a flight where you have to then, deviate your pattern? Is that what or landing, whatever it may be? That
Most of the time we'll deviate to commercial traffic. Typically government aircraft will deviate to revenue producing commercial aircraft.
you're saying maybe 10% of the time you're deviating?
I would say it's even less than that.
Okay, thank you.
I would say it's much less than that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's move to a vote soon, Council, on the annexation issue at least. Monica, a question for you for a different type of traffic, the old-fashioned vehicular variety. I understood Mr. Elder say that a traffic impact study was done, didn't trigger improvements to AJ Way. Can you talk about AJ Way? The reality here is, you're going to have a lot of people on one weekend a month. So I would understand why that doesn't trigger at our proposed annexation agreement, which we'll get to later. Now says a traffic impact study shall be required by the city if the development exceeds 500 trips per day as determined by the city. That seems really unlikely, at least under the current scenario. This is an annexation. Why wouldn't we, if there is a need to make improvements in AJ Way, they're still making some contribution to this, and they're well situated to contribute toward that. Why wouldn't we just say you're going to have to pay something for the development of AJ Way? And what would that intersection of AJ Way potentially look like? Is it going to be a roundabout, or do we know, or should they be contributing toward that study? But this seems like an opportunity to put some responsibility on this applicant.
So, Mayor, thank you for the question. I guess I'm going to come at this a couple of different ways. If you get to a point where you want to consider amendments into an annexation agreement to talk about contributions towards an improvement, you should definitely include language that says their proportionate share, because that's how, whenever you're doing land use decisions, there needs to be a nexus with what their impact is. So not just arbitrarily say that, they're responsible for it all. So just keep that in mind. Second, I would say, you're talking about AJ Way, but I think the more important thing to talk about is Highway 3. Highway 3 is the jurisdiction of the Montana Department of Transportation. It is ultimately their decision to say, what turn lanes, what that intersection may look like. AJ Way is a city street. If there is something about AJ Way from where it starts, where the intersection is off of Highway 3 to the access of the property, absolutely, I think there is certainly something that we can do. However, I'm unaware of what that would be. So I think if you're looking for something specific to Highway 3, there has to be coordination with the Montana Department of Transportation, because we can't, assert that they're going to have to do something that MDT may not warrant based on their study, because to my knowledge, the study that's been done has been presented to MDT, not the city, because we're not that far along yet. So those are some things that you would need to keep in mind as you continue that conversation. Happy to take a follow-up question to try to narrow something down for you.
Okay, well, it doesn't sound like we're far enough along to require anything for AJ. We haven't had those discussions with MDOT, so I don't know that there's anything we can do. But
I would just continue with proportionate, like if this is something you really want to hammer on, consider general language that says, if intersection improvements are required, whether that be improvements to the turn lane, whether it be a signal, overtime, whatever, just that they may be required to contribute their proportionate share of the improvement.
okay, and we can address that when we get to that, but Colonel Gehring jumped up to say that he's a great supporter of this proposal. Is that true, Colonel Gehring?
Mayor, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to come back. I just want to clarify here, there might be a little confusion because we were talking about a question earlier was reflective of the use of the entire property, the 138 acres. Currently own only 40. That readiness center is the facility that is going to bring the 500 soldiers. So in this situation, we're talking about 90 soldiers. And in the analysis that's been done, there is zero impact to the traffic flow based on the times that we're using that. Zero is incorrect, but it's extremely low. So, and in our traffic impact study, that was the trigger. When we build that readiness center and we have those 500 soldiers come in once a month, that is the event that's going to make us put a traffic control measure to be determined by MDT at that time. So,
okay, and that probably would have to be annexed later. So when you're doing your budgeting, I would start thinking about how much you can pitch in for the improvement on that part of Highway 3 in that intersection.
I think that's very fair, sir.
Okay, thank you. All right, Councilor, are we ready for a vote on the annexation, item 3A, resolution for annexation 3A little I? Okay, we had a motion made up front, the very beginning, for approval, item 3A little I. If in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay. Okay, motion passes unanimously. We then have the zone change matter before us. We do not have a motion for that. Councilmember Shaw?
Okay. Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken testimony, I move to approve the first reading ordinance for zone change 1026 and adopt the findings of the 10 criteria as recommended by the Zoning Commission.
Okay, thank you. Is there a second? Councilmember Purington? Discussion. Any discussion before we proceed to a vote? Okay, we'll proceed to a vote. The motion is for approval, item 3A, little 2, zone change 1026. If in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay. Motion passes unanimously. Bring us to the annexation agreement, item 3B. Is there a separate presentation on the annexation agreement? There is not. Is there a motion? Councilmember Gulick.
Yes, I move to approve the annexation agreement with the Department of Military Affairs as recommended by staff.
Okay, is there a second? Councilmember Neese? It's approval of the annexation agreement. Councilmember Neese, you want to address that?
Mayor, I think this is the time you'd want to address the changes you were going to make. I was kind of surprised there wasn't an option for a multi-use trail someday down the road, that they're not going to allow, that's not required. Doesn't mean they have to put it in now, but at some point in time. And so I think if there's any other areas that would help, again, we think longer term, this is the time to do it in the annexation agreement. And as this develops and grows, this may be the time that this property has to participate in that financial improvements as well, besides the other property they're going to annex later on.
Okay, if there is a stomach for that, then I would make a motion to amend paragraph 8, future intersection contributions of the annexation agreement, to delete the trigger about the 500 trips. So it would just say a traffic impact study shall be required by the city, period. The preparation of the traffic impact study and any fees to mitigate impacts to future intersection improvements will be at the expense of developer. And I understand maybe some work has already been done. So to the extent that's already been done, this may be mute, but I'm a little confused about that. And then the traffic impact study may be reviewed by the Montana Transportation. Furthermore, any improvements identified by the TIS to mitigate off-site traffic impacts would be the responsibility of the developer for design and construction. And then I guess I would recommend adding a sentence to the following effect with the exact language of the sentence to be defined and refined by the planning department and city attorney to say that if future studies indicate a contribution, a need for redevelopment of the intersection of AJ Way and Highway 3, that the owner of this property contribute proportionally to that effort or those improvements. That's the intent of the sentence, but the exact language would have to be refined by staff.
I would second that.
And Councilmember Neese makes the second. Okay. So we have a underlying motion, but that's a proposed amendment. So the discussion now is on the proposed amendment. Is there any discussion on the proposed amendment? Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So I guess I'm just not quite clear what problem this language is meant to fix.
The concern would be that there is a need to improve that intersection, and that that this property or the activities on this property would not have to contribute to those future improvements, even if the rest of the property were later developed and it had to contribute. Maybe those other improvements will never happen. So that's the point, I guess.
Thank you.
Further discussion, though, on that amendment before we proceed to a vote on it? Okay, so is the motion clear? Yes. Okay, so this is just on the amendment. If in favor of that amendment, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay. Nay. Okay, passes 10-1 with Councilmember Chiriky in opposition. Now we have the underlying motion as amended before you. Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had a question for Monica regarding the multi-use trail that's not included in here. And my thought here, and this may be taken care of with the amendment which we just did, but as the area develops more, and again, I envision riding my bike up there, safely getting across Highway 3 and going out there to maybe watch these helicopters and maybe have my grandkids with me or something like that. And so as this road goes on and there's 500 cars coming and going on this AJ Way, my concern is there won't be good traffic on AJ Way for me to ride my bike along there. So where I'm assuming that because of this annexation agreement, if we decide there needs to be a trail along there or a bike path along there, that we can do that because of the waiver. Is that correct?
You can. You would basically need to construct that trail or that improvement through a special improvement district of which they're waiving the right to protest.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Monica, on that, don't we have language, though, that says that where it's a non-taxable federal government entity, it's the city of Billings who ends up picking up their share of the SID? We don't have any.
Mayor, that I do not know. I would ask.
Wasn't that part of the staff report or something on?
If it is, I didn't write that, and I wrote the report.
Why am I thinking I just read that?
But I am unaware of that. The planning division does not create or manage special improvement districts. So aside from understanding the tool that it may be, I'm unaware of that sort of
There's no guarantee
exception.
of a PIL to payment in lieu of taxes by
Sure.
the state here, I guess, right? So do they have to pay SIDs? Does anybody else read this, or I'm just imagining this?
There's already a trail being built right now anyway.
Along AJ,
Across the street there is.
but not up and down AJ.
Why would you want to drive up and down on a trail?
Sidewalks are provided as a part of Yellowstone Landing along the frontage of AJ Way. I believe that's what Councilmember Boyette is speaking to.
Okay, Councilor Ripsis?
Thank you. I was going to ask about the sidewalk. So this obviously isn't completely up to date, but the satellite imagery shows the sidewalk stops before it gets to Hangar Drive. Has that been completed? Does this property go all the way up to Hangar Drive?
Are you speaking to, does the Yellowstone Landing property go all the way up to Hangar Drive?
The sidewalk that parallels the west, or
Does it
that's on
go
the
up to
west
Hangar?
side of AJ Way.
I don't believe so at this time. I believe it stops at the first phase of Yellowstone Landing. And as Yellowstone Landing continues to grow, it then grows with it.
So, okay, so that's already covered under the Yellowstone Landing,
Correct.
which is why it's not included in here.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, where are we at? Councilor Pure, do you want to?
Yeah, read the last sentence of number 9. I mean, it doesn't say what you were saying, but to me, it kind of clarifies that.
Of item 9?
Well, of the annexation agreement.
Paragraph 9 of the proposed annexation agreement, other public improvements.
The last sentence.
Last sentence, the attached waiver waiving the right to protest the creation of one or more special improvement districts by this reference is expressly incorporated here in part thereof. All the developer properties can be included in a special improvements district for improvements identified in the annexation agreement, regardless of location of individual properties in relation to the improvements. Yeah, it says they have to be part of the district.
It doesn't say what you're saying.
But we would still have to create the district. There could still be those other issues, I suppose. But, so where are we, Councilmember Neese? This was your.
I don't, if there's not enough support for additional trails or bikeways up there, then I'm not going to, won't make a motion to move that. But I just was concerned about the fact that there's just not going to be enough pathways along the.
May I offer a point of clarification? I mean, I think a big part of what we're missing here is, we're talking about a trail. Obviously, as Yellowstone Landing has been required to do sidewalk, our site development regulations require that frontages of properties have sidewalk. So I understand that you're asking for a trail. You're talking about riding your bike. I mean, we've got Skyline Trail. We assume people are going to be both walking and biking, but there is at least going to be a sidewalk facility because that is the site development requirement within the city of Billings.
Yeah, thank you.
So at least a sidewalk. Okay, thank you. Okay, so we have before you a motion. Council, are you ready to vote on the now amended motion? Okay, this is on the annexation agreement as amended, item 3B. If in favor of the motion for approval, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, nay. Okay, thank you very much. That concludes item 3B. There is no staff presentation on item 3C, amending the ordinance to add this property to Ward 1. We'll proceed immediately to a vote if there is no, thank you. Yes, very good. So this is an opportunity, if anybody would like to be heard on whether this property should be added to Ward 1. That's the purpose of this public hearing now. Please come forward. Any public comment? There is no public comment on item 3C, so now we can proceed to a vote. Councilmember Gulick?
Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve the first reading ordinance expanding the boundaries of Ward 1 as recommended by staff.
Second by Councilmember Shaw. Any discussion? Seeing none, if in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay. Motion passes unanimously. That concludes item 3 and all the subparts. Thank you, everybody, and thank you for your patience with us this evening. We'll proceed ahead with item 4. Tony, would you please read item 4?
Item number 4, public hearing and first reading ordinance for zone change 1028, located at 5417 Hawk Creek Avenue. Zoning Commission recommends approval and adoption of the 10 criteria.
Nicole.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Hopefully this will be less complex than your previous agenda items. This is a property located north of Grand Avenue and west of 54th Street West. It is owned by Arrowhead Investments Corporation. Ty Schmeckel is the owner, representative. Performance Engineering, Scott Aspenleiter is the agent. This is a planned development zone that was put in place approximately 6 years ago. And that planned development zone has specific allowances and underlying zone districts in that planned development. It doesn't apply to any other land in the subdivision. It only applies to the properties located at 5417 Hawk Creek Avenue and to the west. And, okay. So the current zoning has uses that are allowed in an archived zone district called neighborhood commercial. One of those, or two of those uses, were uses that were never allowed in neighborhood commercial, but are only allowed through this specific planned development zone. And that is a brewery and a cabaret beer and wine license. Many of the other uses that were allowed in neighborhood commercial are prohibited by this planned development zone, and those include gas stations, convenience stores, hotels, rooming houses, boarding houses, things like that. No auto repair would be allowed here, and no modular homes would be allowed. And as I said, it allows one domestic brewery license and one cabaret beer and wine license. The brewery license itself allows a brewer to sell samples of brewed beer on the site for a certain period of time every day. The cabaret license allows that brewer to sell beer and wine that's not made on site and for a later time period on a daily basis. So the two paired together support each other, and they support the restaurant that exists on the property. The proposed amendment is to replace the cabaret beer and wine license allowance with a full beverage license. So this would allow beer, wine, and spirits to be served rather than just beer and wine. All the same prohibited uses stay in place, and it updates the language in that plan development to refer to the new owner name and that sort of thing. The neighborhood commercial archive zone stays in place. We will refer to that zone district wherever the plan development requires us to refer to that. There are some other parts of the plan development that address signage, lighting, parking, and landscaping. One of the issues that was brought up during the zoning commission hearing, who is recommending approval to you, is that they recommend that you amend the PD to limit the hours of operation to the current hours, which is up to 11 p.m. when they are open for business. So the change from a cabaret beer and wine license to a full beverage license allows them, through state law and license, to serve up to 2 a.m. The zoning commission and the owner and applicant stated that they have no intention of extending their hours beyond 11 p.m. But the zoning commission recommends that you put that in writing and that it become part of the plan development. They also recommended, based on some of the testimony from owners who are living just to the north, that they consider options for upgrading that buffer and screening between the business and Cottonwood Grove subdivision, that neighborhood. It is as specified in the plan development zone, and 6 years is not a lot of time for trees to grow up and to block noise and visual disruption. So some of the things they talked about was a different, on their property, a different type of screen wall. Because right now there isn't a separate one. The backyard fences of the homes to the north provides that visual barrier. Here's this, oops, kind of out of place there. Subject property is circled in red here on the map. It's kind of that, this parcel, these three parcels here. The neighborhood mixed use is on a different parcel, and that's to the east as well as to the south. There's corridor mixed use 2 to the south and to the east. Directly across Grand Avenue, we have mostly neighborhood 3 and 3. And then Ben Steele Middle School is here, and that's zoned public 2. The Community Connections Church is also zoned public 2, and that's at 56th and Grand. The neighborhood to the north is zoned N2, as well as the neighborhood north and east N2. Fire Station 7 is right here. The new Albertson store is here on this parcel. Here's a recent aerial photo showing the subject property is right here. It's approximately 90 feet between this building and the backyard fence of the neighbors to the north. This is this buffer that was created both through the subdivision and it's in the plan development language of its width and the required landscaping that's in there. The distance from property line to parking is in the plan development. All of the outdoor seating for this business cannot be, no seating can be on the north side of the building. It has to be on the east, the south, or the west side. As you can see, this is a developed parking lot with 54 spaces. This is a gravel lot to the west that is sometimes used for deliveries or for employee parking or for overflow parking. I know once a year the Den puts on an outdoor event, and so it attracts a lot of people. And so I'm sure that there's a lot of on-street parking and an agreement to use this gravel parking to the west. Here's the subject property. If you're standing close to where that gravel parking is and looking north and west, you see the backyards of Cottonwood Grove subdivision. This was taken approximately 6 weeks ago, so we hadn't had 5 inches of rain yet. And that is that gravel parking on the west side of Diamond X Beer Company building, and then the backyards of the homes to the north. And then if you're kind of standing across Hop Creek Avenue, there is the property. Again, you're looking north and east. And then if you look south and east, the Den is directly across the street on Chi Way. And then if you look south and west, across the vacant property on the frontage of Grand, you'll see Daybreak subdivision. This is a Google photo. It's kind of a glamour shot, right? Of the property, the outdoor seating and the pavilion area. that's used quite a bit during nice weather. As I said, the zoning commission is recommending approval to you with a recommendation that you include a limitation on the hours of operation in the plan development. They did fully look at the findings of the 10 criteria, and those are in your staff report for your consideration. Again, here's the zoning map and the aerial photo. I'd be happy to take any of your questions.
Okay, thank you. Question for Nicole, Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Nicole. But just to ask, I think I know the answer to this, but I know the answer to this, but just to ask it, because on the property on the west end, very often residents have a concern about casinos. Is it possible for in some future year this to become a casino with a gaming license? Thank you.
The answer to that, based on the language in the plan development, is a firm no. It would have to come back to a future council and amend that plan development to allow that use. It's not allowed now. It's not allowed by the proposed change.
Nicole, I'll just ask you, do you see any feasible way to improve the noise buffering on the north side beyond the neighbors' existing fences that they're in control of? It does not seem to make sense to put back-to-back fences that would create a no man's land in between for garbage, illegal behavior, grasses that become a fire hazard, et cetera, because nobody would ever maintain that in-between area. Are there any landscaping options or anything else that was discussed by the zoning commission or the owner or the neighbors that you've heard that would be a significant improvement?
I have not heard any specifics about discussion. I will tell you that noise or the perception of noise by people who are not on the property is based both on a visual cue. I can see where the noise is coming from, and there's no landscaping or buildings to deaden that sound or trap that sound from reaching that person or that property. So obviously evergreens are much better at deadening sound than deciduous trees are. And I can go back to a photo, perhaps. Let's see if we can see it. There are no evergreen trees in that buffer between the neighbors and this property. Certainly that would assist in deadening sound. So a visual barrier is a little bit harder to achieve. As you said, you don't want to build back-to-back fences unless there truly is no usable space between those two barriers. But there are other ways to build a visual barrier that are not just a block wall. So those are different things to explore. The applicant's agent is here, and I'm sure that they've had discussions since the zoning commission hearing on May 2nd.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Nissetsin, Councilmember Owen.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to follow up on what Councilmember Joy asked you regarding the usage. Right now, the plan development doesn't allow the full beverage license, correct?
Correct.
So the question whether or not it could be have a casino in the future would be just as simple as what they're doing today is asking the council to change the plan development agreement to allow that use. Is that correct?
That is correct. They would have to come back. It's not going to appear at this property unless a council in the future approves that amendment.
Okay, Mayor, another follow-up on the full beverage license. Doesn't the state allow X number of gaming machines with that license?
The license, some licenses do come with the allowance to take advantage of the gaming attached. Most of those are separated. In other words, an owner of the license will separate that use and have a partner who does the gaming portion. This owner has committed that that is not going to happen.
Okay.
Even if there is gaming attached to their full beverage license, it will not be used on this property.
But this owner would be, but if a future owner were to buy that, would they not have the right to then have gaming machines?
No.
If they had a gaming license?
No,
Why would
because
that
you would
not
have
be?
to come back to a future council and have them lift that restriction that's in section 2 of the document.
So section 2 is
No
going to,
land may be used for purposes that include gaming, casinos, or adult entertainment, or sexually oriented businesses. No variances or special review approvals may be requested or granted for those businesses. It's pretty clear. It's not vague at all.
okay.
And
So
it
they would
goes with
just,
the land.
that new owner would have to come back and just ask the council to remove that section to allow their gaming machines in.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Owen?
Thank you, Mayor. So the zoning commission recommended that there be a provision in this agreement that shuts everything down at 11 PM. Is that right?
Correct. Under operation restrictions, under Article 3, subsection D, right now it references the state law allowance for hours of operation.
So in the previous PD agreement, in this same section, section 3, there was a different D that said outdoor activities should cease by 9 PM. And that is not in the new agreement, and I'm curious as to why. So I understand the idea of the entire operation shutting
Sure.
down at 11, but the outdoor condition seems to be removed in the new amended version, and I'm just curious as to why.
Okay, I'm seeing where you're talking about D and E.
In the
I'm not sure if
2019
that
agreement?
was intentional
Oh,
or not. You'd have to ask the applicant.
okay. Well, I'm sure he can't wait to answer.
Okay, anything else? Councilmember Boyd, Councilmember Purington?
Well, I had, so thank you for bringing that up. So I guess if I'm out of order, you can tell me, but I would like to hear from the owners to answer some of the questions that we have.
Why don't we finish while we got Nicole with any questions, and then you'll be first up when we have the developer come up. Or do you want to have the developer now? That's fine?
I don't have any questions for Nicole. She answered quite a few for me already. Thank you,
Okay,
Nicole.
sure. So I think we've got the developer with
I
us.
think you got one more for
Oh, does Mike have one?
Mike did have something. Mike?
Nicole, if we approve the 11 PM, let's say the property is sold in 6 years, can the new owner say, I'm going to stay at 2 o'clock in the morning then?
That's a zoning violation. We would send somebody out there to give them a notice.
So the 11 o'clock goes with the property, not with the owner?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, why don't we move on? Councilmember Neese, did you,
I do have another question.
well, we got, go ahead.
Nicole, this is a zone change, and we're always told often that we can't condition things upon zone changes. And in this case, the recommendation by the zoning commission was to us to add a condition about ceasing operations at 11 o'clock. Can you explain why we can add a condition to the agreement during this zone change and maybe not others?
Well, it's because of the nature of the zone change, because it is a planned development, which is basically a contract between the city and the property owner to use the land in a specific way, limit some uses, allow other uses, have larger setbacks, or less setbacks. So the conditions, or for lack of a better term, the text of the zoning for this property is embodied in that planned development agreement. And parties can add to that when they agree that those need to be added. And they can propose to change them You don't have to approve them, but they can propose to change them. We do a zoning study and have a zoning commission hearing based on what they're proposing to do. And so they felt that that hours of operation was important for at least one of the zone change criteria.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let's move on to our developer, and I think we'll have some questions, and Scott or Ty, whoever wants to. Okay, I don't know if you got any sort of a little presentation or just here for questions or.
So I'll make some comments and try to answer some of the questions there. Scott Aspenleiter, agent for the applicant. The applicant will also come up and speak more specifically to the operations of the business, but to the application in itself. This is a business that's built itself out and proven itself and has a pretty great track record in our community. It has done what it said. It's done what it said to the T. It's went out of its way to try to be a good neighbor and has followed every condition under the plan development to this point. This request is just to allow it to expand the function of its business to meet the demand and the desires of its clientele. I think it's important to note that this isn't going to drive a whole bunch of new people to the den. This is giving it an opportunity to expand its offerings. I think it's also important to note that the den is a family establishment, and I think
You really mean the den?
Sorry, Diamond X is a. I did the den too. Diamond X is also a family establishment. It's very different than the den. It's not a bar that you go to with a bunch of buddies to get loaded. This is a family establishment, and it's proven itself to be that. And if you go there at any point in time, you'll see that there are a number of kids with their parents and with their families enjoying the outdoor space, enjoying the indoor space, and enjoying the establishment as a whole. So, this change doesn't fundamentally change what this business is and how it operates. It was built in a very specific way, in a very specific manner, and I think it's operated that way, and it will continue to operate that way. This just allows it to expand its offerings to the clientele. We did not go forward asking to restrict our hours, obviously. That's something that we're willing to concede to in trying to be a good neighbor and continuing to be a good neighbor to the residents to the north. What we had originally asked for was to abide by the state rules for hours of operation, which every other business does, understanding that we're in a little bit different situation and circumstance with our proximity to residents. We're willing to accept those hours of operation limitations. I did very specifically take out the outdoor hours of operation restrictions, because I think in the summertime, again, if you go out there at any point in time, especially in the summer nights, when it's light out until 9 o'clock, it's hard to say, hey, you can't sit on the patio anymore. It's not disruptive. It's pushed all the way to the south side of the building, very separate from the residents to the north. So as we conceded to limiting the overall hours of operation, we're asking to be able to use the facility to the extent of those hours without restriction on the outdoor area, which is a key portion of the business and a draw of the facility. Questions about noise, deadening, and landscaping to the north, Mr. Mayor, my concern is the same as yours. I think it goes completely against the SEPTED discussion that you've all had for a long time in putting a second wall up against a wall and creating no man's land. There is a lot of vegetation. It's hard to see it in those photos because it isn't leafed out yet. There are pine trees, not north of the gravel area, but certainly north of the building and the other parking area. But this vegetation's only a couple years old. You know, these trees have yet to really grow to create the full barrier that will eventually be created. That doesn't help today, but I can't put those trees on steroids and make them grow, 10 times over in the span of a year or two. There's got to be some give and take there. So I think we've done a good job of trying to address those things. This isn't asking for a whole lot, and I think we're open to any other constructive questions and suggestions, but we've done a good job in this business. They've done a good job in this business of being good neighbors to the neighborhood. So happy to answer any questions.
Okay, questions for Scott? Councilor Neese?
Thank you. Scott, if I understand correctly from the maps, it's a little hard to tell, but the property, there's 3 lots there that are being zone changed? And
The PD covers 3 lots.
3 lots, okay. And so, so all 3 are going to be changed, not just the 1 lot that the facility's on?
The conditions apply to all 3. So of those 3, there can only be 1 liquor license on any of those 3 lots.
Any of the 3, okay.
So this does not allow for a second bar to be built on one of the other 2 lots. That does not and is not allowable under the PD as it's written in front of you.
Okay, so that would mean if they wanted to be a second one there, they'd have to come back to council, modify the PD, and put a second one there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think that's it, Scott. I don't know whether, Ty, you want to just introduce yourself? And
Yeah, I'll introduce myself first. Good evening, Mayor Cole, council members. My name is Ty Schmeckel, co-owner of Diamond X Beer Co. When we opened Diamond X in 2021, it was recognized that the far west end area of town was seeing rapid residential development accompanied by very few services. We knew that opening an establishment in this area would require a very serious commitment to our immediate community. To the very best of our ability, we are and have been recognizing this commitment through myriad actions. So instead of building a standard run-of-the-mill strip mall that is common to Grand Avenue or other main corridors in Billings, we committed sizable amounts of capital to create an aesthetically pleasing building that fits with the agrarian theme on the west end. We're very proud of the way the building looks. We strategically placed the patio on the south side of the building away from neighborhoods to reduce noise contamination. We avoided using bright lights or neon signs and installed parking lot lights that are shielded so they don't cast light to the north. We also planted 40-plus trees. There are 20 pine trees. As Scott alluded to, on the north side of the building, there's a lot of pine tree that hasn't grown in yet, and that will be a buffer at some point in time. In our commitment to providing a family-friendly space, Diamond X is home to a putting green, numerous yard games, a mini arcade, and anyone who spent a lot of time there, if you're there on the weekend or even on school nights or in the summer, you'll see 20 to 30 kids running around playing. In the last year, we donated approximately $10,000 to local charities, including the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, the Billings Road Dogs Toy Run, St. Vincent Healthcare Foundation, the Family Tree Nurturing Center, the Billings Firefighter Benevolent Fund, and almost every West High sports team and other local school programs. Many of these entities and their respective leaders have sent letters of support to City Council regarding this zoning change. After the initial zoning commission hearing, we hosted a meeting with our immediate residential neighbors to the north. We talked about their issues, the concerns that they had. I think we've addressed many of those issues. We've hung signs asking people to reduce noise and keep litter to a minimum. We are in the process of procuring bids to put up some parking concrete blocks in the gravel parking lot. And we continue to have an open door policy regarding those concerns. We also made calls to our vendors and to City Public Works about complaints about noise when vendors were dropping food off. There was a complaint about the trash being collected too early. We have limited control over that, but we did make calls to Public Works. As far as I can see of the neighbors that we met with that had expressed concern, I don't see any here tonight, but I could be mistaken. So I hope that's a sign that we are working in good faith with each other. Again, our intention is to remain a family-friendly and community-oriented establishment. We intend to keep the same business hours. We're applying for a liquor license that does not include gaming. So there are 2 liquor licenses you can buy. You can buy all beverage with gaming or all beverage without gaming. There's not even currently a license available in Billings with gaming that's for sale.
Okay, just a question looking at this photo here, Ty. How difficult would it be to plant some evergreens along the north end of the gravel parking lot? Just because looking at this, unless that's a really old picture, there simply aren't any.
There's nothing above the north gravel parking lot, and we're very amenable to doing that.
And I don't know how many, but you'd want to put, they get big, so you don't want them right on top of
I
each
mean,
other.
I
but-
imagine we would match the same kind of planting plan we had for the lot, the area just north of the building, which seemed to have good coverage.
Okay, and that would, in case that was developed later, give them a chance to get those in sooner rather than later, because it does take time.
Yep,
No doubt about that.
absolutely.
Okay, any questions, Councilor Puritan?
So thanks, Ty. I think my biggest concern with this, there are neighbors to the north that have complained. We got a pretty nice letter today, addressing some of the same things that it's been said that you have addressed them with the noise. And I think one of them has to do with staff. And in all your letters, they all said, we have a well-trained staff. So I think that, because I know that you can't be there all the time. I know Sean can't be there all the time. But, that is, I guess, a manager's duty to make sure that that noise is eliminated as much as possible in those, later hours.
Absolutely. We did hang 2 additional signs, one at the back door and one as you're walking out the back door and one as you're walking in the back door, plus all those signs along the back of the lot and in the staff parking, and did put an additional security camera in the back. I gave those lot owners to the north my direct number. They have our GM's direct number. If they call, now we can look and identify which staff would be a problem in those scenarios.
Right, and as well as patrons,
As well as
and I get that. And with this being a planned development, I think for many of us to look at what that means, Nicole was really good in answering all my little petty questions about it. So I appreciate what you guys are doing and wish you the best.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilor Rowan.
Thank you. I just wanted to kind of follow up on this question that I asked earlier. I've been to Diamond X, met friends, we all had our kids there. I think it is presently a family-friendly environment. But I'm wondering, sort of with this change in scope and the desire, what Scott said seems plausible, that you want to be able to use that patio and let, everybody enjoy that patio until 11 o'clock, if that's the stipulation that council includes. But are there other plans? Do you anticipate outdoor concerts, events, those sorts of things?
No, we're not trying to operate in that space. Quite frankly, we do operate other bars around the state. Some of them are in Missoula that, it's more of a downtown college theme. This is a nice building, and when you attract that customer base, like that late night customer base, it's pretty hard on your building, and that's not the space we're trying to operate in.
So you anticipate no operational changes?
No, zero operational changes.
All right, thank you.
Okay, council, just a reminder, it's 9:43. We need a motion, one way or another on this, I would say, so we can, because we still got 3 other items. Oh, the public hearing, golly. Yeah. All right, council, let's move to a public hearing before I forget it again. This is an opportunity for public hearing, and we just ask you to keep your comments to 3 minutes. Tell us your name and address. So please come to the podium and introduce yourself.
Hello, my name is Sean Graves. I live on 3260 Turnberry Circle. I'm also the co-owner of Diamond X, as well as many establishments across the state of Montana. I'd like to highlight 2 of those other operations that we own and operate because it's a very similar business model. One is the Big Ale House in the Heights. We're a family-friendly restaurant that provides a place for people to meet up, have great times, make memories, and give back to the community. Our goal between all 7 of the restaurants that we're currently operating in Montana is to provide jobs, make memories for our communities, and give back. And one of those things, and you can look at another one of our businesses downtown, is the Montana Brewing Company. We've been open since 1994. We consider ourselves to be a big part of our community, from doing charity events for the last 30 years, from Alive After Fives to anything under the sun. That is our business model for Diamond X. We're not changing anything. All we're doing is asking that we add liquor that allows our patrons to get something different from what we're doing. It also allows us to be able to serve a little hour earlier during brunch, and that is, so right now we currently open Saturday and Sunday at 10 a.m. We would like to be able to serve beer and wine at 10. Right now we cannot until 11. So that's something that we'd like to do for our patrons, because a lot of the times we're very busy for brunch, and people come in and they choose to go somewhere else because we don't have beer, we don't have champagne. And those things, so that hurts our staff in the long run because they come in to have a meal and then the people go somewhere else. So we have a proven track record in Montana. I hope that you guys vote in favor of this. We're not changing anything. And being in business since 1994, I think that we've shown that we're a great asset to our Billings community. And I hope that you vote in favor for us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Tyler Patnod. I live at 3121 Forbes Boulevard over in the Copper Ridge subdivision. And I'd just like to thank you all for the opportunity to let me speak in front of you tonight and on behalf of Diamond X. So a little background about myself. I'm 32 years old, born and raised Billings, Montana. I'm happily married, 2 young children. My daughter is 7 and my son is 3. And my wife and I are both young working professionals here in Billings. So we live out on the west end, and it's really tough for us to get out and about. When we do, it's very rare, but one of the first places that comes to mind is Diamond X. So I don't know if many of you have been around a lot of 3-year-olds or have had children or the pleasure of working with them, and I truly mean that. But they're they can be kind of touchy when you go out in public. For us as parents, it can be very stressful, as well as probably other people around us. So just a quick example, we were there, my family was there a couple weeks ago, and the waitress waiting on us was actually going into elementary education. She engaged with my 7-year-old, asked her, where she was going to school at. She's in 1st grade, moving on to 2nd grade, was really able to resonate with my daughter, talking to her about these new classes and activities she's doing, which really, just as a parent, just hits a home run for us, being able to resonate with the staff. I mean, other family-friendly restaurants that you've been to, Applebee's, Olive Garden, it's just a different kind of vibe that goes on over there. My son, who I mentioned was 3, they get kind of antsy. It's tough to keep their attention. She had great situational awareness. She was able to come and serve the food ahead of all of us, just to keep him satisfied and keep him going and kind of save us a little bit. So the situational awareness there was really good. Excuse me, sorry, look at some notes here. So, and I'd also like to stress, these interactions are not uncommon. They happen, every time we go there. The staff is very, very friendly. And the patio, you saw the great image of the Google patio out there, or the Google image of the patio out there. And this is something I can't stress enough, is when you go to restaurants and look around, how many kids are looking at their tablets or their cell phones. I mean, parents are doing this just for the sake of getting out of the house to go do something. But at Diamond X, we're able to go, while we're waiting for our food, we can go play Jenga, we can play, do the little mini putt golf course, or even play cornhole out there. So it gives me opportunity to not spend time with my family, but truly engage with my kids, ask them how their days were going, and play with them and build memories. And my 3-year-old, he'll wake up from a nap and be like, "Dad, can we go to Diamond X?" I mean, they talk about it like it's Big Splash or even Chuck E. Cheese. So it's a home run for us. It's right next to our house, and we just really have a great time every time we go. So thank you again for your time.
Thank you. Next.
Hi, my name is Simon Harris. I live at 2311 Kings Drive, which is in Ward 1. I have no financial interest in this. I have no association with Diamond X professionally. I live in Billings. I'm also a rural volunteer firefighter in the county, and that's what motivated me to come and speak in support of this. You heard a little bit about some of Diamond X's charitable endeavors. One of them is the Billings Firefighters Benevolent Fund. The volunteer department that I'm a part of, not speaking on behalf of, but I did reach out to Diamond X about trying to sponsor an event that we did, which the business was in support of. I know fellow volunteer firefighters with the Broadview department have also had that experience. And, I think when we talk about the types of businesses that we want in our community, I want generous ones that are community focused. And even though the event didn't happen, there was no, support from Diamond X from this. Just the fact that they were willing to consider donating is why I reciprocated my time tonight as a citizen to come and support this. So Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Wesley Dunn, 832 Dorothy Lane. Mayor, council, thank you. I am all for growth. Love it. I'm all for progress. And what I'm hearing from the Diamond X, I love what I'm hearing too. But there's a bigger issue that the public does not know much about. So I do not approve of this zoning change for the fact that you, as a city, do not have the capacity, utility-wise, to fulfill the needs of the citizens that already live in this area, yet alone new growth. It's time we have a really, really important conversation on that West End reservoir that needs to be built. I'll give Mr. Lewis Ingalls credit. He's been pushing that, and he wants it built. He's trying to design that, but the council, y'all been dragging your feet on that. Let's get with that. We need it. Y'all know we need it. Let's do something. I will speak more on this during public comment, though. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bryce Peterson, Ward 3, 539, Wyoming. I'm here in full support, expanding Diamond X's ability to serve their loyal clients with a full bar. As a business, this establishment is added to the amenities that Northwest Billings has been lacking and needing. They've added to the beauty of the neighborhood, and they've provided a great place for families to socialize and get together. The Schmeckles and Sean Graves have proven themselves to be an incredible asset to Billings, and we, as a community, should do everything we can to support the success of their businesses. Thank you, City.
Thank you.
My name is Jesse Gleason, 1042 Nutter Boulevard. I'm here in support of Diamond X. This is one of my family's favorite places to go. I think that it is a great opportunity, and it's very important to us to always support local businesses. I think this is a great opportunity to continue to develop that. I think that Billings needs more local restaurants. I think we've all seen enough chain restaurants come through. I love being able to go and support somebody local, to build relationships with the staff, and really have a great family-friendly environment. We've heard it from other people. My 3-year-old's the same way. She loves to go there. It's one of her favorite places to go. And I think that we really need to support places that offer opportunities like that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jordan Roberts, and I live at 3939 Palisades Park on the west end. I am a third grade teacher here in Billings, and I've been doing that for 6 years, and I've also coached 2 different sports at Ben Steele Middle School for the past 3 years. And between, spending 8 hours a day with 8-year-olds and then another 2 hours with 8th graders, I like to enjoy a beer after that every once in a while. So I've spent quite a bit of time at Diamond X because the location is in an amazing spot for where I live and where I travel. And I just see like a lot of other people I've been talking about, I've been seeing the families that go there and just observing the way people get treated there and how the staff treats us. And they might have your favorite sports on, and they usually have your favorite beer. And now just to add to that, they'll have your favorite beverage to go along with that. And I just am in full support of Diamond X and adding a liquor license to that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jeff McLean, 601 Prior Creek Road. I've been doing business with the brewing company and Diamond X since 1996. These guys have been probably some of the most professional, good customers of mine that I've ever had. As far as Billings, I see how they support the community and everything else, and I sure hope you support them in their expansion here. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Justin Brown, 3304 Tahoe, and it comes pretty simple to me. It's we're supporting small business doing this. I think that's pretty important to us all. It provides jobs for the community, and they've been incredible stewards of this community, and that for me is why they have my full support. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name's Tyson Adams, 4513 San Fernando Drive. Full disclosure, I'm a front of house manager at Diamond X. I used to work at Manny's. I was the head bartender there for 4 years, and when I was offered an opportunity to go to Diamond X, it was pretty simple. Family friendly, the Schmeckles, the Graves, they support the community 100%, and made a very easy choice to go over there, and we make a very big effort to make it family friendly and welcoming for everybody, so full support.
Thank you.
Hi, Kevin Barth, 501 South 44th Street West. I'm just in support of local business. My parents have owned a local flower shop here for almost 40 years now. And so in support of local businesses, I just want to support. It's a very family-oriented place and very enjoyable, and I just like to support the local area as much as we can.
Thank you. Any other public comment on this item? Don't see anybody coming forward, nobody online, so we'll close the public hearing. Back now to council. Councilmember Purington?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken testimony, I move to approve first reading ordinance for zone change 1028 and adopt the findings of the 10 criteria as recommended by the zoning commission.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Tidswell has the second. Discussion now on the motion. Councilmember Boyette?
Thank you, Mayor. I think we have to make an amendment to that to show section 3D that changes the hours from 2 o'clock to 11 p.m. That was not part of the 10 criteria.
I thought it was.
Okay, and second on the proposed amendment. Councilmember Ripsis, is your indication? Okay. We can have a separate vote on that. Let's just proceed to that. Any discussion on the proposed amendment? Councilmember Brown?
I'm only curious as to exactly how we intend to amend this. Are we just going to say operating hours for the tap room and full beverage liquor license shall be, close at 11 p.m.? Or are we going to add 11 p.m. and keep these MCA sites in here? And the reason I ask that, just not to leave a cliffhanger, is I think these citations are wrong.
Yeah.
And so if we're going to strike it, it doesn't matter. But if we're going to leave them in, then I think we have to fix them.
Mayor.
Councilmember Ripsis?
Yeah, I noticed the same thing. The citations of the MCA, I don't think are exactly right.
I don't think they were right originally.
Well,
either,
probably,
so it's not
probably things have probably changed since the original PD was done, and they're not the same numbers anymore. Anyway, but yeah, my intention would be, I think we should keep the references to MCA with the further clause, the references to the correct parts of MCA, but with the further clause that subject to operation hours no later than 11 p.m. So whatever those constraints say, but then our additional constraint on top.
Mayor, if I could?
Councilmember Ross?
Just to finish where I was at, I think Gina may want to weigh in here, but we might be able to just refer to Title 16 of Montana Code Annotated. I think the site now references to just beer and wine licenses rather than the all liquor license. I think they've missed the section that actually includes the time, which is in a completely separate part. So I might just say Title 16, Montana Code Annotated, except that operation shall cease at 11 p.m.
Okay.
Unless Gina has a thought on that.
Councilmember Owen, actually, I was going to suggest that you just refer to, the amendment could just refer to Montana law as you suggested in more general terms, and then specify the closing time. And I'd be happy to work with the staff member to get some language for that nailed down a little bit more.
Okay, let's see if we can state this proposed amendment correctly. Councilor Roussis, you want to take a stab at just repeating what Gina just said?
Are we potentially allowed to allow staff to wordsmith it as necessary?
Yes.
And just state that our intention is it should follow Montana law, subject to this constraint of a maximum operating hour of 11 p.m.
Okay, and you had the second, so Councilmember Boyer, it was you go along with that. Okay. Discussion on that proposed amendment. Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. Are we going to, this is the all operations, but are we going to want to limit the outdoor activity to maybe 10 p.m.? I agree 9 p.m. is probably a little late or early in the summer, but 11 PM, it's dark, should have been wrapping up already, so I'm thinking 10 PM would be a good time.
Councilor Epsis?
Could we handle that as a potential additional amendment after we wrap this one up?
Yeah, if you don't want to include it with this one, that'd be fine.
Okay, yeah, we'll deal with these one at a time. Okay, so this proposed amendment, any further discussion or any other clarification of it? Okay, if in favor of this proposed amendment, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay. Okay, so that amendment is on the books. Now, next issue of outdoor operations. Councilor Neese, we've heard what you said. How about if we ask for input from the developer's agent? Do they oppose this? Does this cause a problem with them? Can we ask that? Does anybody want to comment from the audience? Councilmember Neat, Shaw? There's not even a motion at this point. We're just asking the developer whether what concerns they might have or not concerns.
Because this is a planned development.
I mean, preferentially, we would be able to operate our patio till 11 PM. We do have the patio on the south side of the building. I think the noise from our patio is negligible. We've never really received complaints about patio noise. All the noise has been in reference to generally patrons in the back of the parking lot that borders the residential area, which is why we put those signs up and again are amenable to the buffer. But as that's my preference, I'll leave it in your guys' hands to vote upon.
Okay, so the preference is not for 10 o'clock, but the regular 11 from the developer. The complaints have been on the north side.
Can I just add to that too, that the boat part of the restaurant is actually built in front of the patio. So it's not like our patio is right up against where the houses are. Huge portion of the building blocks that patio. So those neighbors can't see the patio there. It's not even an issue at all. So.
Yeah, I know personally it's just inset into the building on the north side. Okay. Okay, with that information, Councilmember Neese, did you want to make a motion?
Yeah, I think I do. I think it's not just the operations that they close it.
Get a second first?
Well, he hasn't made the motion yet.
I'll make a
So you
motion
gotta make the
to
motion.
include the section that was cut out, but change it till 10 PM. What was it? Section E was, Section D, it says outdoor activities associated with operation of the facility shall cease. Instead of 9, we'll change it to 10, include that as item E in that section 3.
Okay, so section D would be changed from 9 to 10. Is there a second?
For discussion, go ahead, yes.
Okay, Councilmember Boyer makes the second. Did you want to discuss? Or should we proceed to a vote? Any discussion before we proceed to a vote? Councilmember Neese.
Yeah, I think that the hours of operation outside is going to extend. If they don't wrap up outside, they're going to be leaving later at night. They're going to be in the parking lot, going to their cars closer to the traffic at that time. So the sooner they wrap outside, the better to get things wrapped up. So when people are asleep, they're not being disturbed, because they will start filtering outside from the patio at that time into the parking lots. But
Okay, any other further discussion? Councilor Ripsis.
I suppose my only concern about this is this change wasn't brought up in the staff memo, wasn't discussed. I'm not even sure if it was discussed in the zoning commission or not. I didn't get a chance to listen to their deliberations, but to me, it just seems like this was just kind of slipped through, and I'm not suggesting anything nefarious at all. Nicole, I don't know if you have any thoughts on why it wasn't discussed or brought up or even included as a change as part of the staff memo.
It didn't really come up as an issue at the time. Most of the discussion at the zoning commission hearing was about the activity that's on the north side of the building after closing. Not about any activity that's happening on the south side of the building. Although it's technically under the planned development, everybody's supposed to move inside at 9 o'clock.
Councilmember Ripsis?
But this was part of the zone change, right?
Right.
If the plan development has the rules of the zoning, then this was actually a substantive change to the zoning. Are there any other clauses that were changed that we should be concerned about or even notified about?
No. I mean, and they didn't correct the references to the MCA, and I didn't even catch that myself. So, I mean, I think that the zoning commission was more concerned about the closing time being extended to midnight or later. No one brought up the fact or the issue that the outdoor activity clause in that subsection was no longer there. It didn't seem to be a big deal. And
So,
I didn't
yeah.
frankly notice it myself.
So it wasn't submitted and discussed as part of the zone change that
I
they
mean, the
discussed?
whole
or-
plan development document, both the current one and the proposed one, was submitted to staff and to the zoning commission. It just never, was highlighted as a big change.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Puritan?
I don't really have a preference to change this at this point, to leave it to the 11 o'clock, because you're basically only talking maybe 3 months out of the year because of the light and the cold. So, I mean, I won't vote for this amendment. I'll just keep it at the 11 o'clock.
Thank you. Councilor Rowan, and then we'll try to move to a vote.
Could I just ask another question of the owners or operators? We're just among friends here.
Yeah, that's okay.
Do you shut down your patio at 9 o'clock right now?
Generally, we're closing by 9. Sometimes,
The whole operation closes at 9?
no. The insides can stay open until 10.
Okay, so you do close your patio at 9 o'clock now?
Generally, yes, the patio's dying down by 9 o'clock. I mean, if there's someone who is closing at a tab, we're not going to rush them off.
Of course.
Yeah.
And so is that, tell us what that's like now. Do you see a significant drop in business because you have to close that down early? Is there a lot of parking lot noise? What happens now?
It would be nice to have, yes, if we could extend those hours, it would be nice to not be, when we're seating people later in the day, be like, hey, we can't see you on the patio, even though it's still 75 degrees out on a, clear night. And having not gotten complaints about patio noise, it would be a nice bonus 2 hours to have. And as in regards to traffic from the patio through the parking lot, you actually can't exit the patio directly into the parking lot. You have to come through the building. So I don't know if there would be a lot of additional noise from direct patio to parking lot traffic. I know that was brought up by somebody.
Okay, Councilor Tidswell?
Ty, is that patio enclosed in the winter? Does that close off?
No.
It doesn't, not at
does
all.
not
There are
close
no
off.
doors, no windows, nothing like that come down?
No, we have garage doors that open to the patio from the inside, but we don't actually, it's
Okay,
not enclosed.
thank you.
Okay,
Can I add
Councilor,
one thing to that, though?
go ahead, Sean.
So we have an upstairs portion of Diamond X. I don't know how many of you have been up there, but we have a huge upstairs portion that's closed in the summertime unless we have an event. So we swap the business between the patio being open in the summer and the upstairs being open in the winter. So there's not an additional effect to the normal operations of people leaving the business at 10 or 11 o'clock. Because in the wintertime, we could have the whole entire inside and outside. It'd be no different than that as that, so.
Councilor Tricky?
As a customer, not to your place, but at other places, I've been sitting on patios and have been asked by staff to move inside because they were shutting down the outside thing, probably for an ordinance like what we're trying to push through here. I don't see the purpose. I really don't see the purpose.
Okay, Councilor, we're ready to vote? All right, let's move to a vote. The proposed amendment is only to change the limitation on outdoor activity from 9 to 10 o'clock instead of deleting it completely, which would mean an 11 o'clock. If in favor of the proposed amendment to the 10 o'clock limitation, please say aye.
Aye.
Please raise your hand if you voted in favor. Council.
Can you do that again?
Sure. Yeah. So the motion is Councilmember Neese's motion to impose a 10 p.m. limit on the outdoor activities, including the patio, instead of the current draft, which has no such limitation, So it would be governed by the regular 11 o'clock closing time. So if the motion passes, it's 10 o'clock. If it fails, it's 11 o'clock. Okay? So if in favor of the Councilmember Nice's proposed amendment, please raise your hand. Voting in favor, Councilmembers Gulick, Nice, Boyette, and Rupsis. If in voting in opposition, Councilmembers Shaw, Joy, Triki, Tidswell, Purington, and Councilmember Owen and Cole. So the motion fails. We're back to the underlying motion for approval with the earlier amendment that was approved. Councilor, are we ready to vote on that, or are there any further amendments? Councilmember Gulick.
I guess maybe it's just a question as well. In terms of the landscape buffer, I think it is really important on the other portion that we have that. And I don't know if, I take it to the business is going to do it, but I think we should condition approval as well on that, using a similar spacing pattern as they've used elsewhere along the property, along their along the west end. So I don't know if zoning, how do we condition that, I guess, is.
It just becomes part of the plan development agreement. And so I raised the issue, so if you would like me to make a motion to require additional landscaping on the north boundary, I will do so, but I don't want to steal your thunder if that's what you were desperate to do. Okay.
That's fine.
Okay, so I would make the motion, the developer be required to install additional landscaping with the goal, trees, with the goal of reducing or creating a sound barrier on the north boundary of the property in a location generally approved by the developer, with the specifics of that requirement as to density of trees or types of trees to be determined by our zoning coordinator. And that area to be on the north side of the gravel parking lot, where we saw there wasn't anything, and any additional trees that the zoning coordinator might deem appropriate immediately north of the building. I don't know if that's none or a couple, but that would be my motion. Is there a second? Councilmember Boyette. Okay, so Councilmember Gulick, you happy? Did that get what you were aiming at? Okay. Okay, discussion now on that proposed amendment before we proceed to a vote. Councilmember Purington and Shrieky.
I guess I'm going to go back to what's, maybe Scott said it, you can't put trees on steroids. So it does take time. I agree. I wish there was some other means of putting a buffer there. And honestly, I don't even know how much of a buffer trees are going to be, to tell you the truth. I just think that's the nature of that type of an establishment. So, if they want to put more trees along that gravel portion, Mr. Mayor, that you were talking about, great, but they're not going to be able to put full-grown trees up there. So it's going to take maybe 10 years for some of those trees to grow. So I just think, we're getting a little bit restrictive right now, and I don't like that, so I will support that.
Okay, Councilor Tricky?
So to be clear, really the only impact that this is going to be is to buffer the noise from the parking lot and the neighborhood.
There would be a visual barrier as well.
So also as a visual barrier?
Yeah. And we need more trees in the world.
Well, we do need more trees.
So, Councilmember Owen, Councilmember Nice.
I was just hoping for a little clarification without getting too far into the weeds as to how this fits in with the existing landscape requirements. So there are landscape requirements requiring trees per every 200 square feet of total landscape area. there are requirements for trees in parking lots, and maybe this doesn't count as a parking lot formally, for every 16 parking spots, but all of those say a 2-inch tree. So are we suggesting in this amendment that we're going to mandate a higher or more mature tree? Or are we just talking about adding additional 2-inch trees? How does this fit into what we already have?
Nicole, if you want to comment, any additional requirement for a larger than required tree was not part of the motion. So I would think they would not be required to do anything larger than whatever rules might be there already.
Right. The subsection is 5, and then letter B, which is referring to the minimum 25-foot landscape greenbelt, which may be incorporated to building setbacks and maintained along the north property boundary. So this would be north of the gravel lot. Most of the time, landscaping is installed at the time of development. Well, this really can't be characterized as development per se, but it's certainly being used for something. It's not a field. So the green belts would be in accordance with those 2-inch trees, but that really only applies to a deciduous tree. An evergreen tree usually comes by a height, a minimum height, or a gallon pot size. So a 2-inch tree is a pretty substantial tree. They're not little. So, if you wanted to specify that landscape buffer also include evergreens, that you would put in a minimum height of 6 feet at the time of planting, something like that.
So that's a possibility. Just to clarify, the motion left that up to you. So that was the motion, but it doesn't have to go there. It puts that on your plate as currently set out, anyway. Councilor Bernice?
Thank you, Mayor. My only concern over this motion is if they do evergreen trees, which I think that would be a good idea to have there, is that really goes against a lot of the SEPTED principles, because now you put in a whole area for people to hide. And so you want to make sure those SEPTED principles, keeping those trees cut up high so people can't hide behind the trees and things like that. So that's just my concern about having a lot more trees and evergreen trees. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Tricky Joy?
I just want to say that right now, we're only taking one view. We're looking at it from the parking lot to the neighbors. You have to realize that a tree on the south side of the neighbors' lots is going to be shading their lots, and they may not want shade in their backyard. So I think I am always very reluctant to go above and beyond the zone code when it comes to landscaping and telling developers what they can do on a specific site.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Joy, Councilmember Purington?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I love trees. I like birds and insects, but I think our motto says it all. We're a business-friendly city, and I don't think we're being very business-friendly right now. These people have sat in the room for a very long time. They came up to offer their testimony and to support this applicant, and I don't think this right now is very business-friendly, so I won't be voting for the trees. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Purington, Councilmember Ripsis, and let's move to a vote.
SEPTED should not be used for private property. I don't agree with that at all. I think we need to, I'm going to agree again with Councilmember Shariki. It's just getting to be a habit here. But we do need to be business friendly. I think this is over restrictive. Heck, if it were up to me, I'd say pave your parking lot so it's not gravel, but I'm not going to tell you to do that. I think you'll figure that out. So, these are smart business people. I think they know what will attract and not attract people. So, yeah, they may shade the backyards of these other people, and then they're going to be mad about that. So I'm just saying, you know, whatever we have in the code, whatever has been, or in the development agreement, I think we need to just let it go. I think we're asking too much.
Okay, Councilor Ripsis?
Thank you, Mayor. Real quick, I'm going to vote against this just because I don't think we have to mandate it. I think the owners said that they would be looking at more trees there. Just encourage you to do that and work with the neighbors and be good neighbors like you have been. So I'm going to vote against this particular one.
Okay, let's move to a vote, Council. So the motion is to require trees along that north boundary with the density and type to be determined by the zoning coordinator based on whatever judgment and existing rules she might deem appropriate. So we'll do a hand vote in favor of the proposed amendment. Please raise your hand. Council members Gulick and Cole and Boyette. Voting against that, please raise your hand. Is everybody else? So that motion fails. And now we're back to the underlying amended motion. Are we ready to vote on that? Okay, so this is for approval of the zone change with the, I guess, the one amendment that we approved earlier. If the motion clear? Okay, if in favor of approval, the motion was for approval, please say aye. 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 If opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Okay, so the motion passes with only Councilmember Neese in opposition, so vote is 10-1 in favor. Motion or item number 4 passes. There's no subpoints. Chris.
Mayor and Council, I might ask, since it's 10:20 and I can't thank 10:25 and I can't thank you enough for the budget getting wrapped up tonight. I'd ask that we consider punting on item 7, not 5 and 6, but 7. We certainly have more time available to us now on the 26th, and so.
Unanimous, yes.
Third.
Yes, it does.
Go home, Debbie, go home.
Yeah.
Just go home.
Okay, so we
We'll
can,
take it from here.
yeah. Just to relieve anybody who might want to go home, let's see if we can't address that now. So is there a motion? We do need approval, I think 3/4 or something like that to change our agenda. Councilmember Purington?
I would like to make a motion to amend item number 7 for, I suppose, the next regular meeting agenda?
Yeah, June 26th, if you want to name the date.
Is that one going to be short? Wait a minute, is that going to be short?
We have some budget wrap-up components, but we fully expected to spend a couple of hours on budget that night. So it really is now, frankly, should be a pretty brief, short, straightforward meeting.
I will put that amendment forward as long as you don't change your mind and bring some other stuff.
That's another. Councilmember Boyette's indicating he wanted to make the second. Any discussion? Okay, we'll proceed to a vote. Oh, Councilmember Neese.
I do have a discussion. I'd like to see if they would be a friendly amendment to add it to a work session prior to the meeting so we can discuss this further. I think there's some,
Happy to do that.
so.
Which would be next week. I mean,
Next
1
week,
week from
yeah.
today, some sort of a update on this. Chris?
Sorry. Your agenda for next Monday night work session is very full. So if that's what you want to do, I think we're at least talking 30 days out to get to the work session. So I would ask that we keep it to the regular meeting, but tonight is too late to try to get into the issues.
Okay, Councilmember Owen. So this is discussion on the motion. Go ahead.
Can I just very briefly inquire what's on the work session agenda next week? Besides, I think, parks?
Absolutely.
I can tell you.
Thank you.
That it's the 2023 Long Range Transportation Plan and the Transportation Alternatives Project Selection Recommendations, Downtown Two-Way Street Conversion, and Parks, Trails, and Recreation Bond Discussion.
Yeah, so we're at 30% design on the downtown project. So that comes to you before they go further than the 30 and the other 2 items, which we don't expect those first 2 items to be real lengthy, but that ends up having 2 what we think are short, 1 meaningful, and then expect a good crowd for the fourth item on parks.
Parks bond. There may still be some changes on, the 64-gallon issue. All of those things are still percolating out there. Could we get some update maybe by emails at least before we go into that meeting in 2 weeks?
Yes, so tonight's meeting does not have all those, the mayor had asked me some questions that we didn't have time to get answers to tonight. So tonight's meeting, even if we did it, we don't have all the answers. So we will bring back and we will email what the potential programs could be.
Okay, so there could be some changes in what we had in our packet, so just stay tuned, I guess. Okay, but at this point, there's no condition on coming before a work session, but that's your choice, I guess. So right now, though, the motion is just to delay until June 26.
Since that was an amendment to my motion, I think we could do that. I think we need to talk about it. I really do, before we vote on it.
So some sort of an update in 1 week at the work session.
Yeah, I think we could do that, yeah.
Okay, so is that okay, so you're changing your motion, if Councilmember Boyette goes along with it, to have that requirement of some sort of discussion at the work session? Okay, so that's the motion. And I guess staff can determine how much detail to get into in 1 week. Councilmember, okay, so discussion on that motion. Councilmember Gulick and Councilmember Shaw.
I mean, it seems like we have a lot of time 2 weeks from now, and not a lot of time next week. I mean, I would prefer to do that 2 weeks hence. I guess I want to move this thing off of our agenda tonight, but I won't vote for this amendment or this motion as it is currently stated.
Mayor Cole.
Yes, Tony.
There is not a work session 2 weeks from now. That was the July 3rd that was vacated.
Okay,
The next work session is July 17th.
July 17th.
Correct.
Okay, so that would come after this anyway. So we have no work session. It's a moot point.
Wait, we don't
Oh, you have a, we have work, June 19th.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So, but that, yeah, that's what I was assuming, was 1 week from today.
He said 2 weeks. He'd like to see it come back.
Okay. I'm sorry. So, yeah, so it would be 1 week from today. Okay. Councilmember Shaw.
Thank you. I don't like that this got pushed together. I agree with moving it off the agenda, but I want staff to hear me say, I don't need to see this again at a work session. I can get all of my questions answered over email. So that's my opinion, but I'll vote for it because I think we need to move it off tonight.
Okay. Councilor Ripsis.
I can't support this, moving it to next week in the work session. There's too much on the agenda next week. It's going to be a very late night as it is. I think we'll be in the same situation a week from now that we are right now. So if we're going to be up late, I'd rather do it once and get it done tonight.
Okay. Councilor Tricky.
I would like to make a substitute motion to not do the work session and only move agenda item number 7 to the next business meeting.
Okay, so substitute motion is just to move it, but remove it from the work session. Okay, so that's what's before you now. Discussion on that motion. Councilmember Bernice.
Thank you, Mayor. I think that I won't support the motion. I think we should have brought it back to the work session. We can still have conversations during emails, but then that's out of the public's eye in a lot of cases. It is on council. It'll be posted on the website, but it's not going to be in the public. And having a kind of a summary wrap up of it at a shortened version of the work session, I don't think it would take that much time if it was discussed during emails this week and then brought to the work session to finalize and have some good discussion on it, then to vote on it the following week.
Okay, Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'll support the motion to remove this for tonight. Thousands of questions get asked and answered in email, and I've never heard any member of council before say that was removed from public, with all due respect. So lots of questions get asked and answered in emails. Thank you.
Okay, council, let's move to a vote. This is on the substitute motion, just to move this to June 26. Let's do a show of hands, yeas and nays. So if in favor of the move to June 26, please raise your hand. Voting in favor, council members Shaw, Gulick, Joy, Triki, Tidswell, Rupsis. I'll throw my name in there. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, voting in nay. In opposition, council members Neese, Owen, Purington, and Boyette. So the substitute motion passes. We'll address this item on June 26th, but because staff is contemplating some changes, we'll be looking forward to some update by email. Okay, and that then brings us to item number 5. Tony, would you please read item number 5?
Item number 5, public hearing and resolution creating SID 1423 Annafeld subdivision, fourth filing, streetlights. Staff recommends approval.
Debbie, we'll move fast.
2-minute presentations on each of these, so I'll move fast. SID 1432 is very similar to the other Annafeld subdivisions that you've seen. We've done it for every filing. So what they're doing is using an SID to put in all the streetlights. This is Annafeld fourth filing. You can see the project cost there, 80 parcels. They are still owned, 78 of the 80 are owned by the developer. So they own the majority of those. The assessments, about $6,700 for 15 years. And we did note that, there's benefits to streetlights for driving and safety and all that kind of thing. So the rest of the subdivision does have streetlights. The project schedule, we did the intent the end of May. The resolution to create is tonight. We do not have any protests. Like I said, 78 out of the 80 are the same developer that put this forward. The construction bid is also on tonight's agenda next. And then we would do that construction this year, and assessments would come on taxes in the fall. I did note that the maintenance district, so the SLIMD, will be created after all of Annafeld is developed, and it will all be in one district. So until that time, the HOA is maintaining those lights, but eventually we will do one SLIMD for everybody, and that is in the SIAs. Is that even 2 minutes?
Okay. So item 5, it's funny, there's a 5 and then there's a 5A. But 5 is just creation of the SID. And we need to have a public hearing on that element. So we'll open up for public hearing. Is there anybody who'd like to comment on item 5, the creation of SID 1423, the Annafeld Streetlight District? Any public comment? There is no public comment, so we'll close the public comment period. Councilmember Purington?
Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve a resolution creating SID 1423 as recommended by staff.
Second.
I'm going to give the second Councilmember Triki, since he and Councilmember Purington are twins.
But do it.
Even though he didn't
tonight.
Even though he didn't make the second, it's being imposed upon him.
Is that okay with you?
Okay, so if any discussion on the motion? Okay, we'll proceed to a vote. If in favor of the motion for approval, item 5, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, nay. Motion passes unanimously. It brings us then to the contract, item 5A. Councilmember Joy?
Oh, she's getting her.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're good. Councilmember Joy.
Thank you. I move to award a contract for SID 1423 Annafeld Subdivision, fourth filing, streetlights to Ace Electric as recommended by staff.
Second. Councilmember Tiswell.
Can I take that?
Okay. Since he was deprived before. Okay, any discussion? Seeing none, we'll move to vote. The motion is for approval, item 5A. If in favor, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, nay. Motion passes unanimously. That concludes item 5. Item 6, Tony, would you please read item 6?
Public hearing and resolution creating SILMD 331. Staff recommends approval.
Thank you very much. As Debbie's getting ready to take her place here, I just want to point out I am not going crazy. At the bottom of the first page of item 6, because the post office is in this district, the sentence says,
Oh, there you
based on MCA 712-4326, treatment of federal lands within lighting district assessments for federally owned properties are paid out of the city's general fund. Apparently that statute deals with federal properties, not state, and the helicopter is a state property. Gina?
Mayor, I just wanted to point out, after you asked about that earlier, I did look it up, and there is a similar provision for special improvement districts in addition to the lighting districts. So it's for federal properties.
It only deals with federal properties. Okay,
Right.
thank you. Back to Debbie.
I was going to point that out so that they'd be
Oh,
crazy. All right, this is a light district for Montana Avenue, and right here is a exhibit that shows what it looks like now. So we have this kind of convoluted two districts that are a mishmash of properties. So some are in one, some are in the other, several are in both. And so the property owners wanted to go through and do LED lights. To do that, we need to combine the districts, meter them. So it's quite a bit of capital just to get started on it. And then it makes no sense to have two different light districts. So we would do one light district, get rid of the other two, and just kind of start over and clean it all up. So you can see the district goes from just west of 26th to just east of 22nd on the south side. The streetlights will remain, the poles will remain, the fixtures will remain, but the lights will actually change from the high pressure sodium to the LED. So it's just bulbs, but we do have to, like I said, meter them. And then there's services that we have to change. So this was instigated by the property owners on Montana Avenue. They contacted us and said they wanted to do this project. There are 28 properties in that district, about 75 lights. There's only 23 poles, but there are those 5 light poles, so quite a few lights. This is a really unique one because we are actually doing an SID and an SLIMD in the same document. We've never done that before. So in 15 years, the SID portion will fall out and the SLIMD will continue going. But over time, the cost of this will drop. So the SID portion is about $66,000, and we did a per each assessment on that. The district maintenance will be $10,000 a year, almost $11,000, and we did a per each on that as well. So the state law is somewhat limited on what you can do for both SIDs and SLIMDs, and in looking at the whole district, the fact that the railroad's a huge portion of this, per each came out to be the most equitable that we could find. So that's why you're seeing per each on this. The federal property will not be paying, that's the post office, so we'll be paying for that assessment. And there's one waiver of right to protest. We did get one protest, and that protest property is there in the blue on the east end. It represents 3.6%, so it does not preclude you from creating this district. And the per each assessment actually gives equity to this property. Normally, if you had that big frontage and you only had one light, maybe there wouldn't be equity. But if you look at all these different properties that have the green arrows by them, there's no light right in front of those properties, and yet they're still benefiting because of the light on the street. So looked at this after we received the protest and do believe that that property owner is still getting an equitable benefit from this project. We are going to reach out to them. If you read any of the letter from him, he would like to put lights further down. We're going to reach out to him and try to pursue that, but it'll be another process. So tonight I can answer questions, hold the public hearing, and then we recommend that you create the SLIMD district.
Very good. Any questions for Debbie before we open it up for public hearing? Don't see any. Thank you, Debbie. Let's open it up for public hearing. It's been some very patient people here for a long time. Anybody like to comment on item number 6, the creation of this district? Don't have to, but you're welcome to.
Mike Scherer, 1109 North 32nd Street. My voice is gone. I've been here since 6 o'clock. Everybody in Montana Avenue wants more light. And this is going to give us more light. We're paying for everything, so it's nothing on the city. So we would like approval of this. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Mike, for your patience. Okay, any other public comment on this public hearing on item number 6? Nobody's coming forward. We'll close the public hearing and back to council. Councilmember Gulick.
Having conducted a public hearing, consider written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve a resolution creating SILMD 331 as recommended by staff.
Second on Councilmember Shaw. This is all in Ward 1. Any further discussion on the motion? Okay, we'll proceed to a vote. Motion is for approval, item 6. If in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, nay. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Item 7, we'll get back in 2 weeks. Now, public comment on non-agenda items. Do we have any comment on anything not on our agenda tonight?
Chris, I got more. I made a packet for each one of y'all. Yeah, I did. We did. Sir?
Okay, I think we're good.
Mayor, Council, thank you. Again, all my other comments has been leading up to what I'm going to present to y'all. What you have in front of you is a little packet that is of the water main districts and what's all going on within the city. You can find that public if you want to follow along, or if you want to look this up, you can find it at Yellowstone County News, Water System Overview, Final Draft. So I'll just get started in May 25th, Mr. Lewis Ingalls, the water quality superintendent, put out a recommendation, and it was on Color 8 News. So I'm gonna just read that to you just real quick. Try to. The Billings Water Quality Superintendent recommended a staggered lawn watering schedule for a specific area of the city of the West End. Okay, first off, I want to say, why would you ask certain citizens in a certain part of the town? Why not ask everybody that is in that zone? So if you want to look, I did provide a map, if you can follow along. And it is, there's a zoomed in version of Zone 4. That zone is coming from Staples Pump Station. But I would like to get back to this article real quick. That zone is served by a pump station that is getting too small for the demand, Mr. Ingalls says. He said they are trying to avoid having low water pressure in the area during peak use time, 5 a.m. to 9 a.m. That's also when everybody's getting up, taking showers. They're also trying to avoid building a new pump station. That's what he says. Trying to avoid that, which could cost approximately $6 million of the taxpayers' money. So, with him saying that, he says, we're just trying to get the public involvement to hopefully avoid having to build an additional pump station down the road. Okay? We already have problems. We know we need to build one now, not down the road. So that would probably be planning, maybe, Monica? If we can avoid adding more infrastructure, which is very costly, and we can do it with just a small change to the people's watering times, we want to do that. And we think it's a good value for the city, and we think it's a good value for the ratepayers. So they don't have to pay for anything that's not necessary. He's contradicting himself. He's already saying that, hey, that zone is served by a pump station that is getting too small for the demand. So basically what he's doing is he is deceiving the public. When I print it out for y'all can do a little homework and see what all that pump station, which is Staples, what all that serves. It serves the airport, which that's where the National Guard facility is wanting to go. It serves Rehberg. That's where we have a lot of fires up there, not to mention. And it serves all of the West End pretty much, all the way out to Copper Ridge. And it serves Ironwood. So with him asking certain citizens in that zone, because he knows he has a problem, but not saying, that, hey, this is the problem. Why is he just asking certain ones? That whole zone is served by that same pump station that they're having a problem with. So why is he doing that? I don't understand that. Okay, so 3 days later.
And so, Mr. Dunn, if you can just wrap up, because we're a
Yes,
couple
sir,
minutes
I
over.
will. 3 days later, there was another article on Color Rate. Mike Dotson was the interviewer there. And he says, this is a pretty severe water break that we don't have very often. And this happened at 17th and Rimrock, Sunday night, right before Memorial Day, coming from the same pump station that they're having problems with, that he just asked the citizens to not use so much water. So, Dotson says the homes impacted start at 13th Street, west down Rimrock Road, potentially to Rehberg. So all we are doing right now is putting a Band-Aid on it. That's what he says. We're going to straight pipe it so people at least have water in the meantime. And then we'll have to dig it back up and fix it the correct way. He's right. We thought it was more of a service leak at first. Obviously, it turned out to be something bigger.
Okay.
Yes,
So
sir.
I think, Mr. Dunn, your point is we should go ahead and address
Okay.
these things sooner rather than later.
Yep.
So,
I'll wrap it up.
okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. All righty. Other public
Me.
comment? Okay.
Say that last sentence.
You should have asked all of Zone 4 to change the watering schedule to try to prevent the Memorial Day main break. Also, you should have planned better. Planning Department, Mount Monica, for the growth in your city. By that, I mean your planning department is slacking. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Totally off topic, but on topic of a lot of things you guys talked about here. Amber Dunn, Dorothy Lane. I don't need that. You guys talk about mental health a lot. And I've stood up here and I've made it publicly known that due to my situation, I've had to go through mental health. Still dealing with it. I see you guys pumping a lot of money into all these homeless things and all these mental health possibilities, but none of them help people like me. People like him, people like my neighbors, people at work. People that pay for insurance, $1,100 a month just to cover myself and my children, but yet it costs me $184 every time I see the doctor. That's after what the insurance covers. So for people like me, I go into debt just to get mental health. But if I call and ask for help, you make too much. Who the hell are these people to tell me I make too much? I know what I bring home at the end of every month, and I know where I sit. And I know that I'm gathering debt just to get mental health. So I see you guys throwing all this money into all these homeless things, and I get that homeless people need mental health. I get that they need help, but if I want free mental health, free food, a roof over my head, and any other possibility in this city, I need to be homeless and not have a job. And to me, that's not right to do to us as citizens. So you're basically singling out us as working class citizens, just like you did in the zone by singling out a small portion of people, telling them to change their watering schedule, rather than the whole zone, to hopefully not have that happen. You're cutting us out of all of this free help and all of these options to get help because just because I make more than $12.50 an hour, I make too much money. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment on anything not on our agenda tonight? before we close public comment period, nobody's coming forward, we'll close the public comment period. Council, are there any council initiatives? Council Member Joy.
Thank you. I don't have an initiative tonight, but I will be bringing one forward for May the 26th, and it will be, it is an ask in a one-to-one match for the fundraising that Mobilize the Magic City has done for the grant. And so that will be money that is in the council contingency fund that has not been used. So I'll bring further details, but this is a heads up that's coming down the road. Thank you.
Okay.
And if you have any questions, please reach out with any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Anything else in the way of council initiatives? If not, we're adjourned. Thank you for your efforts.